not late, you're late. I'm kidding. No, of course I'm late. Hello, how are you? How are folks doing? It's been a while, it feels, because we have not been scheduling any streams that might have something to do with that. But don't worry about it. We're here. We're here to stream. We're gonna have fun. Never mind the horrors behind us. Ignore everything. Yeah. Hi, Shock. How you doing? Thanks for the hug. Little snuggles everywhere. Hey, so there's a reason why we were late today. Simply put, we found out that AniFem mod team, AniFem editor team, we're very split on whether we like horses or not. We are conceptually for horses. We think horses, in concept, are pretty cool. But, you know, you ever been up to a horse in like person? Have you actually seen a real horse? Have you actually been up to a horse? Yeah, horses are cool when they are far away from you. Exactly, they're majestic beasts that you observe from a distance. You see one driving. Yeah, you see one driving down the, while driving down the countryside, they're on a hill somewhere, and you're like, oh, horse. Horses, those are so cool. Man, what would it be like to be near a horse? And then you go up to a horse. Well, they aren't in kicking range. They're nice. Yeah, also hi. Yes, hello, Tara. But yeah, no, exactly. The concept of horses, wonderful. Not all horses are evil, just some of them. But just enough of them. Maybe. Well, who knows? But, okay. Not all horses are evil. All horses, however, are smelly. They are very smelly. We cannot. The smell, it's just too much. They smell like a horse. And that is probably the most apt way to put it. Well, yeah. They do have a strong smell, yeah, exactly. I mean, they smell like poop. And they smell like horse. I don't know how else to put it. And then you're like really up close to it and you're like, oh, cool, I get to ride on a horse. And then you realize there's like all these flies like flying around and they're like landing on the butt and you're like, no. Horses, no. Horse, no. No horse. Horse, no. And that is why we are team conceptual horse, not team, not team horse, not horse girl, not a wolf girl, but team conceptually a horse, conceptually. We like horses in concept. We think they're majestic and cool. Hypothetical horse. Yeah. But yeah, one of the comments was like, hey, but like, because horses are so terrifying, because horses are so terrible, no wonder cops use them, And we're like, well, yeah, but cops also use dogs. And, ACAB includes Paw Patrol, but that doesn't necessarily mean, like, all dogs are cops, or, are cop-coded. Only the furry community made it that way, Shock, you were too early. You were too early on that clip, because now you've cut off the fact that we just said the reason why dogs are cop coded is because of furries. But no, you just jumped the gun. You gotta let us finish our thought, okay? Yeah. Anyway, horses. Are you saying not all horses are evil, but enough horses are evil for us to just condemn the species as cops? No! We said we defended horses. We just said horses aren't inherently cops. Just like how dogs aren't inherently cops. Like they aren't cop coded. It's just that people think they are cops. when we all have potential to be something else. We can break the chains that bind us. No one ever has to be a cop, you know? But yes, I mean, you can be terrifying. You can be terrifying. You can be awful, but you don't necessarily have to be a horse. Well, actually, no, you can be a horse. You can be born a horse. But that doesn't necessitate you to becoming a cop. See, that's the point I'm trying to make here, okay? You can break away from what you think is predestined fate, okay? You can be whatever you want in life. And that includes being a horse who isn't a cop. We feel like we made some really important points here, but it feels also like we're just kind of making shit up, so who knows, right? Anyway, how's folks doing? What a year, right? What a year. It's only the 10th. Oh my god. What a month. You know, also what wonderful. It's been a week. Yeah. What are you gonna say? What? Are you saying that a week can't be a year? Look, we lived through 2020. We know that like a year is a conceptual increment of time. The year isn't even 2 weeks old, dear. Well, it's okay. Don't worry. I mean, that time is fake, okay? It's been 20 years for me. It also feels why, like, we feel really bad about not streaming all this while, because we feel like we haven't been streaming for eons. We have not streamed. We have not done anything. We have stalled in our content creation as we stare into the deep maw of the abyss and be terrified every night as we lay awake in bed, expecting the void to stare back and whisper to us how we will die. But that is not a thing that is constrained. You know, that's just us existing in our own Twilight Zone. So we've aged 20 years. And chat, you look not a day over 5 years older than what we last saw you. Probably. I don't know. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Y'all are spring chickens. You're good. Anyway, yeah, so, you know, we woke up this morning. You know what we woke up to? We woke up to a, you are? No, you might be more of like a maid. Not a spring chicken. Maybe a maid who is, cooking a spring chicken. I don't. You're a bird now? No. Well, okay. What did we finish saying with the whole horse bit? Okay, you can be whatever you want. You can grow up to be anything you want. You can be a horse. You can be a bird. You can be a cat. You can be a rat. You can be a eldritch horror that is beyond our comprehension, who is also a maid. That is up to you and only you. You can define yourself as a concept. And you can exist. You can be whatever you want. But if you become a cop, I will shoot you. You know, that's fair. But don't let any like American authorities hear you say that, okay? That is, we're not gonna shoot you, but you know, there might be some people who might, and that would be terrible, because if you get shot, who's gonna mod my streams? Who's gonna be the cop in my stream? That's right, Fel. Who's gonna be the cop in my stream? Me? Are you expecting me to be the cop in my own stream? I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I don't think you have the heart to let me be my own cop. Okay. Fair. I'm good. Okay. Anyway, we woke up this morning. Actually, we had some light work this week because we had some days where we needed to get some vacation in, and now we have vacation. We had vacation, 2 days of vacation. It's always great. It's always great because my work just says, oh, well, you should take those days off. Here, take them off tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, well, I have days off now, I guess. That's cool. I wasn't planning to take any time off, but okay, I guess, sure. Oh, all right. Anyway, so we've had a pretty light week this week, which is pretty good, I guess, because that means that we got to watch extra AGDQ or AGDQ game runs. We've been watching AGDQ like whenever we're like not doing anything that requires our full attention, right? It's cool. It's cool. And yeah, so this morning we woke up, slept in again, and lo and behold, we get an email from our solar panel company saying that our shit is broken, and we're like, excuse me, what? And then we open the we open the email, and it's completely just an ad. It doesn't even say anything about why. The subject line for the email was like, your system is not operating properly, probably. And we're like, okay, we open it. It's like, hey, join this advocacy group for, solar folks, because because we need to fight back against the mean, nasty power companies who are trying to take over your right to your own electricity. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, well, no, that has nothing to do with the fact that our solar system is malfunctioning. What the fuck? So of course we drag ourselves out of bed and we're like, okay, let's check the graphs. And we check the graphs and we find out like, oh shit, like our power for January is super fucking low. Like, oh my god, it's like a quarter of what we would normally produce in a month. And, and like it's winter, so it's also like, well, yeah, it's still pretty bad. And we're like, okay, this is a problem. We should probably take a look at this. And we're like, well, maybe we gotta clean it and everything, And so we're ready to go out there, get on our roof with a hose and start power washing. Well, not power washing, just, sprinkling some water and getting all the dirt off and, bird crap, because that does end up on your system sometimes. And you're just like, okay, time to do chores. But then we take a closer look and we're like, wait, hold on. Like our panels are technically producing about what we should be producing in the middle of winter, where we only get like maybe 5 hours of sunlight a year or a day, right? I don't know. It's 5 hours to us because we wake up so late that we don't register how much sunlight there is during the day. But you know what we mean, like, yeah. So yeah, like what? The sun comes up what, 8 a.m. or 9 p.m. here, or 9 a.m. here, and then goes down by like 4 or 5. So you're like, okay, that's not a lot of time. And so we're like, this feels wrong. Like, okay, I know that, well, for us, we wake up at like noon, and then the sun mostly goes down by 5 and it's dark in our room by 5. And I guess technically the sun is still up until like 6 p.m. or so, but we're not outside and we're indoors all day, so we're literally a cave dwelling cat at this point. But don't worry about that. Don't worry. We don't need supplements. Our depression and our totally failing health is not a result of a lack of vitamin D, even though we're not taking any supplements. Don't worry. We do go outside once in a while, to go get food and, get a milkshake or something. We're still going outside. We're still fine. We're still social, right? We took a walk the other day. We took a walk to the downtown area and we had some ramen, right? Like, so it's fine. It's fine. We're getting plenty of sun. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Cats are nocturnal anyway. Okay. Don't worry about it. All right. Anyway, so anyway, we're like, what is like, Okay, maybe this is an error. This seems like an error. You know, the warning email was absolutely an ad that wasn't supposed to be an ad. I don't fucking know. Anyway, we're worried about this. 3 p.m. rolls around, and the power company just goes, sorry, we sent an email in error. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, that's cool. That's fair. That's fine. Okay. And that was our day. Hello, jobbers. Welcome, welcome. In any case, this is how we started our day. Well, spent most of the day. We also got some Jack in the Box. That was nice. Yeah. Head pats are nice. Thank you. Appreciate the head pats. In any case, we should probably consider getting to paper Perjury as we speak, as slowly as possible, because we're trying to find where we put that in our Steam library, and now you understand every word we're saying as we gradually and surely make our way towards the gaming screen. Hello. Okay, but also we are totally unprepared, so you get to watch the cat spin for a bit, because, you know, as always, we are always scuff here. Oh no! What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, here, come on. You gotta. Thank you. See, this. Why didn't this happen in the first place? Right? Rude. Honestly. Okay. Anyway, are we good? Are we good here? Do we remember everything that happened? Do we remember everything that happened here? Case 1, we found out that the maid was kind of lying about the break-in at the mansion, but then she got knocked unconscious with a very serious injury. And so we solved that. We found out that her best friend did the burglary, but her best friend didn't, like, you know, knock her out. It was actually, you know, and in case 2, we find out it was actually the chef of the estate, because he was worried he was going to be fired if his employers were implicated in fraud, and they would have to, like, dissolve and need to, you know, let go of everyone working at the estate. But then there is still the case of the potential fraud in the case. So we find out that the orphanage, which was supposed to get the money in the first place, had arranged a LLC. The executive director of the orphanage had arranged an LLC to pay himself money because he really, really needed money to fix his very exotic car. And also, it turns out that probably the what do you call it? The orphanage's fundraising arm was looking into potentially oh, right. And then we find out, not only that, the orphanage's director was also involved in an attempted murder, because it turns out the reason why his car was broken in the first place was because the charity organization that's funding the orphanage wanted to dissolve the orphanage itself and get it butted out so that they can develop prime real estate land. fun. Where does this go from here? Because I feel like there's, you know, case 3 kind of wraps everything up except for the fact that the guy who really wanted, the guy who really wanted the real estate guy who was looking to develop. Yes, it's true. Superman teaches you a lot of things. And you should also play the Superman 64 video game. It is a highly beautiful, wonderful game, especially for speedrunners. All right. But yeah, so I think we're going to go after the big guy. Who knows? Wow. Thank you for more head pants. Mayday. Unknown. This is Detective Ernest Hunt's office. I'm away from the office. Please leave a message. Superman 64 isn't that bad. I mean, yeah, maybe. It's not that bad. Dated for certain. Hello? My daughter gave me your number. I would like to report a murder. May 1st, 7:58 a.m. Azure City Police Precinct Number 5, Station Lobby. I'm so tired. I stayed up way too late last night. With your girlfriend? Is it with your girlfriend? Oh, how I'd love a job where I didn't have to be up so early. It's been about a week since I last got to play detective. In the end, we had a lot of trouble building a solid case against Anton. Okay, so Anton, the George Lucas of the real estate industry, is going off scot-free for now, because while he was possibly involved in the attempted murder of the orphanage director, there's nothing to pin it on him. Detective Hunt refuses to give up, though, and he's devoted himself to investigating everything he can about the man. I've barely even seen him over the last week, but for all his effort, he got Anton Chambers to come in for questioning today. As for me, things have been pretty much returned to normal. I can expect another long, boring day of paperwork. And that's what Chapter 4 will be. Paperwork. 8 a.m. as we clock in the station offices. Good morning, Miss Earl. I'm ready for work. Justina, what are you doing here? Should I not be here? Don't tell me I got fired already. Yeet! You're supposed to be at the crime scene right now. Did Ernest not call you? A crime scene? What crime scene? What's going on? Oh, Ernest. You see, there's been an incident. You remember Anton Chambers, right? Of course I do. Detective Hunt has been investigating him. Why? Mr. Chambers was murdered last night. He was found dead this morning. What? Also, I feel... Okay, hold on. I think that's better. I feel like the music should be a little bit louder. Is that too loud? I don't know. Maybe. I mean... I know he wasn't the nicest guy or anything, but murdered? We just got the call this morning. He was found in an alleyway outside of Nickel and Diamond Antiques in the Sunrise District. Nickel and Diamond, that's a good name. Hey, hang on! That's my dad's store! Seems like you're starting to understand. You better hurry, Justina. I'm afraid your dad is one of the suspects in the case. Oh, God. No. I got to hurry. Oops. 8:13 a.m. Azure City Sunrise District. Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. That's a lot of plants, and I feel like trying to reach for anything is gonna end up with some terrible things. Dad, Dad, where are you? Justina? Dad, are you okay? Never mind that. What are you doing here? This is my dad, Ash Smith, owner of the Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. He's a professional glassblower, and this quaint store is his pride and joy. He's been running it ever since I was a kid. He's a little eccentric, maybe a little clumsy, but he's totally harmless. He won't even so much as kill a fly. To think there'd be a murder out here of all places, and that my dad would be wrapped up in it. Gods, please tell me this is all just a bad dream. Ah, Justy, you finally showed up. Sophie, what happened here? People, please don't tell me you actually consider my dad a suspect. Whoa. Slow down, Justy. Let's take this one step at a time. We've just begun our investigation, so I can't really say anything for certain right now. Don't worry about me, Justina. This detective has been treating me fairly. Oh, but all those police running around, on the other hand, they've already knocked over one of my plants. Dad, I really think we have bigger things to worry about right now. Sophie, let me join you for this investigation, please. I'll help you find evidence that proves my dad's innocence. I wouldn't have it any other way, partner. Any other way, partner. They're so fucking gay. It's gonna be the dad, isn't it, though? My dad's gonna be like... Sophie, like, her dad's gonna be implicated in something, isn't it? That's totally gonna happen, knowing this game so far. Let me just give you the rundown on what we know so far. Okay, statement. Our victim is Anton Chambers, the president of Eubanks Investment. He was found dead this morning in an alleyway behind Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. He had been here last night for a business meeting, and that was the last time he was seen alive. Our preliminary findings indicate that he died last night, and that his body had been left in the alleyway until its discovery. He was shot twice, once in the right abdominal region and once in the chest. There are also 2 puncture wounds found on his chest. We believe the shot to the chest was the cause of death. Finally, his wallet was missing from his body, leading us to suspect that this may have been a robbery. Okay, so preliminary report. The victim's body was shot twice, once in the abdomen, once in the chest. 2 puncture wounds were found on his chest. The time of death was sometime last night, on April the 30th. What about the murder weapon? Were you able to find it? Not yet. The culprit must have taken it with them. We only have our preliminary findings right now, so we don't even know what model of gun it was. Anton's wallet was missing from his body. Was the motive behind this crime robbery? Probably not. We just sent his body to the coroner, so we can expect a more detailed autopsy report then, in like a week. Oh, okay, are we getting it today in like an hour? That's cool. They'll be able to... That's okay. Spare me the details, please. Well, you can learn more about it when you read the report. Look at you, Justina. I finally got to see your police work in action. Or should I say, Officer Smith? I keep telling you, Dad, I'm not a cop. I just help out in investigations. Which, admittedly, is pretty strange. Moving along, could you tell me about what happened? Sure can. Let me start from the beginning. Last night, Luna Hart, the owner of this building, held a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. You know me, I'm no good at all that stuff, so I finished cleaning up the store and left. I gave my keys to Luna so she could lock up the store afterwards. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual. But when I went into the alleyway to throw away some trash, that's when I saw the body. I got closer, and I saw Anton. was face up in the middle of the alleyway. I knew it was him because I saw him come into the store last night. Well, I called the police right after that, and you know the rest. Okay, so when Ash arrived at the store this morning, he found Anton's body in the middle of the alleyway. He called the police right after. When I gave you Detective Hunt's number, I didn't expect you to use it so soon. You told me that you trusted him, so I thought it was best to reach him. But to my surprise, Sophie here was the one who showed up. That's because Red works in robberies. I'm the homicide detectives. But back on topic, you mentioned Mr. Chambers, my name. You mentioned Mr. Chambers by name. Do you know him? I've known him for years, or at least known of him. We only spoke directly for the first time last night. And why is that? Anton was looking to buy back the store. He and another fellow came here last night to try and buy the store from Luna. The meeting had ended around 7 p.m., but I left shortly afterwards. I worried that something must have happened to him right after he left. We can't rule that out yet. We still have some investigating to do. But for now, you were the last to see him before he died. Well, no, technically, wouldn't it be the other person? Like, the property owner of this building? Is Detective Hunt around? Sue told me he tried to call me. I think this is best discussed elsewhere. There's a park nearby. Let's head over there once we're done here. Alright. Does she not want to say anything with my dad here? Okay, partner. Let's get started. Okay. Anything to talk about? Ooh, we got plenty. Ash Smith. Say, Mr. Smith, what can you tell me about yourself? Oh, nothing special, Miss Detective. I'm just a humble glass blower. You know, I blow the glass. Cork, cork, cork. A pretty great one, if you ask me. All the glassware here is made by him. It's the store's specialty. I take a lot of pride in my pieces, but I won't be selling them for much longer now. Huh? Well, why is that? Well, because the store's been sold, of course. But I also feel like it's time for me to hang my pipe up, so to speak. Besides, that just means I have more time to devote to all my lovely plants. My dad's been absolutely obsessed with plants recently, ever since he started his own garden last spring. And he's constantly trying to push them onto me. I keep telling you, Justina, if you just started your own veggie garden, you'd save a lot of money on food. And I keep telling you, Dad, I don't have room in my apartment. Besides, I just end up killing them all anyways. Come on, Justy, it can't be that hard to keep a plant alive. As if plants are very fickle creatures. Justina? Justina's just upset over the time she killed her class plant in 2nd grade. She was so excited when the teacher put her in charge of it, that poor plant was dead within a week. Hey, it was a very traumatic event, you know? It wasn't my fault either. How was I supposed to know you could give a plant too much water? That was so long ago, though. I'm sure you could do a better job now. I have enough plant blood on my hands in this lifetime. I'll pass. That's me. I've killed every single plant I've ever owned. I wanted to ask more about the meeting last night. Can you tell me who was all there? Well, I don't really recall. I didn't stay for the meeting. I remember seeing Anton, though. He had a real mean look to him. Do you have any idea why Anton might have been interested in buying this property? Well, aside from the fact that his company used to own it, no. Hang on. Eubank Investments used to own this building? Yep. Luna's dad bought it from them 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you say? Interesting! That's around the time Eubank Investments was founded, wasn't it? More head pats, yay! Yay! Sure is. This whole area was how the company got their start. Back then, the Sunrise District was nothing like it is now. This used to be a quieter residential area. Eventually, though, the city decided the land was more valuable than the people were. That's where the Eubanks came in. They offered to transform the area into a commercial district in exchange for city funding. Soul Heart struck a deal with them to purchase this building. Thanks to that, my dad was finally able to open the store. Unfortunately, not everyone here was so lucky. The new development meant higher prices. A few got bought out, but a fair number of people were forced out by costs. The old Sunrise District only lives on in people's memories now. I had no idea there was so much history here. Hey, this sounds a little bit like redevelopment. Also, for the, like, I was wondering if, like, the Smiths, like, Justina felt a little Latino? But are they black? Are we looking at a redevelopment story? Is this a redevelopment story? Oh dear. Urban redevelopment. Oh my. This is a very, very well written game if they thought that hard. I had no idea there was so much history here. It's still got a lot of charm to it. Once this case is done, I'll take you to see all the cool spots. Okay. How about not buying the store? I'm curious as to why Luna owns the store and not yourself. Well, that's because she inherited it from her dad, Soulheart. Soul and I go way back. I was the one who told him I wanted to open my own glass store. You know, she's taking you to see her cool spots. I could show you my cool spot. It's on my back. It's you know, it's been there for a while. Anyway, don't worry about it. Trouble is, I was never being good at all that business stuff. And, well, I can't say I ever had the money to buy property for myself. That's when Soul and I agreed to go into the business together. He'd buy the property and handle all the operations. That way, all I had to do was make the glass. Of course, once Soul died, I was struggling to run the store all by myself, so I had to get a manager to help me. Unfortunately, she left last month. Why'd she leave? I'll give you a hint. She started a new job at the local police precinct. Justy, I had no idea you ran a store. Well, the best I could, at least. Justina was ruthless. She'd fight tooth and nail during business meetings. She even scared away a couple suppliers. They were trying to scam you. If it hadn't been for me, you'd been paying triple the price for materials. People were constantly trying to swindle my dad. Customers tried to take advantage of him all the time. That must have been where you learned your interrogation skills from. Sounds like you were pretty good at your job, though. Why'd you stop? Well, it wasn't really for me. Not to mention I was kind of doing it for free. Dad couldn't really afford to pay me for it. Dad's ready to retire, and once Luna decided she wanted to sell the building, there wasn't much point in me sticking around. Plus, I felt like it was time for me to move on. I wanted to find my own way in life. You really love your family, huh? Of course I do. I'd do anything for them. Even kill a person. Like Anton. This place was my whole childhood. I couldn't just see it fall apart. Well, I'm glad we have you at the precinct now. And not committing murders. Contacting the family. Speaking of family, Mom and Jean must be worried sick. I'll call them and let them know you're okay. Don't worry, Justina. The detective let me call them this morning. Why didn't you call me then? Well, I knew you'd be here sooner than later. She told me you'd be coming. Well, I wasn't wrong. Still, I thought Red was going to call you. So, who's this Jean you've been keeping a secret from me? She's no secret. She's just my younger sister. My secret younger sister. I didn't know you had a sister. Why am I just learning this now? Those two don't really get along. When they were younger, Justina tried to throw Jean's favorite doll into the glass furnace. They've been butting heads ever since. Justy, I was just a kid. She's the one who's still holding a grudge. You could at least show a bit of remorse. What a little shit. Okay. Let's investigate. Okay, we got ourselves some soil right here. Dad, why is your soil on the floor? That's a lawsuit waiting to happen if someone slips on it. Give your old man the benefit of the doubt. I'd do it. You didn't? Then why is it there? It was there when I got here. I was going to clean up. With Anton's death, I haven't had time. It seems there are some clay shards here too. Like one of the plants fell. Then where did it come from? I better take notes so I can clean it later. Soil and broken pot pieces found at the store. Ash says it was here when he opened up the store. Okay, an elephant. With all the plants here, the glass animals have their own jungle. It was my idea. If my dad wanted to start growing plants, he might as well make it a theme. This whole store would look so much better without all these plants covering the merchandise. Yeah, agreed. I can see it. So clean. So easy to organize. If only my dad just didn't have these plants. Justy! You alive in there? Huh? Sorry, I was just daydreaming of a better life. We can daydream later. We have a case to solve. Yeah, you're right. That's a timeline I'll never see. A metal detector. What's this thing? Some sort of metal detector? That was one of Soul's ideas. He said it wasn't for some ordinary metal detector. It instead had some kind of fancy computer brain in it. It's called AI, Dad. Same difference. He said it scans for weapons that pass between it and alerts us if it finds anything. It's supposed to store a log for the police to look at too. Are we sure that thing even works? I've never once heard it go off. It always felt to me like it was just there to look intimidating. Well, I thought so too, but I do remember hearing it go off last night. Of course, that was probably from Anton. He had a gun with him, but Luna didn't seem to care. Do you know if we'd be able to take a look at the logs? Talk to Luna. I'm sure she could get it for you. Maybe better write this down for later. So an intelligent detector that only detects weapons beeped as somebody came through. Ash claims it was off last night. It went off last night. Okay. A rabbit. Wow. These animals are so pretty. I love these little rabbits, especially, Say, I'm glad you noticed that. I'm glad you noticed that, Detective. Do you want to know how you make a glass rabbit hole? Dad, just glue it back together. Dad, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Oh, sorry. I couldn't resist. He's always like this, I swear. Every time I come here, his puns get worse. When you're a parent like me, you'll understand. A camera! This could be the most useful thing here. I've never seen a camera like that. It's the best on the market. So she has all the recordings from last night? Well, yeah, but this is the only camera we got. We can only afford one. So I doubt it can tell us about the murder. Still, it can't hurt to keep it in mind. The store has only one camera, and it records everything and sends the footage to Luna. Alright, I think that about wraps things up here. Except the plants. Let's talk about the plants! What's with all the plants? I thought the store sold glassware and antiques. It's like a jungle in here. Blame my dad. Ever since he got on his plant kick, he's put them everywhere he can. Oh, but the plants really liven up the place, don't you think? All they do is take up shelf space that we could be putting product on. But what's the point of all that product if nobody wants to spend any time here? That doesn't change the fact that this is a store, not a botanical garden. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter now. I'll have to relocate all these plants soon. What a shame. I think they really like it here. They're plants, Dad. Plants don't have feelings. Yes, they do, Justina! They sure do have feelings. Plants are living beings, just like you and me. You know, Justy, while plants do lack a brain, it's possible that they might be more intelligent than we give them credit for. I think we have bigger things to worry about right now than plant psychology. Okay. That's everything here. Anything else to talk about? Not really. Nothing to... Well, I mean, let's take a quick look at case files. I don't think we have anything here to really discuss. Yeah. Alright, let's travel. Let's go to the park. Talk about Red. Excuse me? What's going on here now? Hey, get out of here. Stop contaminating my crime scene. Shoo! Looks like Detective Hunt's here. Chasing birds away? There you two are. Welcome to my little domain. Hey, Red. Justy finally joined us. What's going on? Why did we have to come here to talk? Since last week, I have been looking into Anton Chambers in preparations for interrogating him today. I think I have something that might help you two, but you have to keep it to yourselves. That's why we can't tell anyone, not even your dad. You're joking, right? My dad's completely trustworthy. My gut is telling me he is fine, but it's Red's case, so I play by his rules. You want us to keep it a secret? I'll keep it to myself. I knew you would understand. Let me catch you up on you two on what I learned. Anton Chambers had been using kind words to convince property owners to sell to Eubank Investments. I was able to get a list of code names of those whom he convinced to sell. While I was able to figure out most, there was a code name I couldn't figure out. Wait, was it code? Kind words. The code name was Big Hen. It's related to Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. So far, I haven't found the connecting thread between the two. Need to find what Big Hen means within Nickel and Diamonds. Where did you get a list of code names? I know a guy. Right here has a way of getting information. Maybe if you become a real detective, I'll teach you the tricks of the trade. Between this and figuring out Hannah's bank account and the money, he certainly knows more. He certainly knows more than he lets on. Back to the case at hand. What the heck does Big Hen mean? Don't look at me. I gave blood, sweat, and tears just to get this far. When I found out he was buying the store, I thought the two might be connected. Did you win the bid? Did he win the bid for the store? Come think of it, I never did ask. If he did, then maybe it was code for Luna. Luna does own the store, so maybe. Have you spoken to her yet? I haven't. I haven't gotten a chance to speak with Luna yet. Let's go talk with her. Right. You'll probably want me there for that anyways. Huh? Why's that? Luna's deaf, so you'll need me to interpret for you. Just talk normally and I'll translate. She carries a book with her, so she'll probably just write down her responses for you. I've never met a deaf person before, but that sounds simple enough. Before we do that, why is there crime tape around here? The tree. Sophie, did you not tell her? Sorry, Red. It must have slipped my mind. After I got the call, I wanted to check the park. It was across the street and would be the perfect escape route. That's when I found Anton's wallet and gun here. Looks like whoever killed him took them and dumped them here. Huh? Why would anyone do that? When a robber steals a wallet, they don't just grab the money, they take the full wallet. When they are safe, like in this park, they take what they want and dump the rest. As for the gun, I haven't figured that out yet. Was there anything left in his wallet? Just a parking ticket for Eubank Investments. All his money was gone. Not much to go on. But I better update the evidence anyway. What about this gun? Completely empty. But we know it's from him. We know it's his from its design. He was pretty famous for having it. I already sent it in for testing. So until then, we don't have much to share. Alright, so we don't have a striation test yet, but potentially he was shot with his own gun. Who knows? Anton's gun was left at the park overnight until Detective Hunt found it. The chamber is currently empty. Chances are it might not even be his gun that was used, though. Now you're caught up to speed on everything. When you are ready, we can head back to the store. Well, let's investigate for a second. But also, the fact that Luna is deaf does mean something really important about what we learned earlier. Because, according to Mr. Smith, Ash said that the thing went off last night, when everyone came in. It was likely Anton's gun. But how could Luna have any indication of Anton having a gun if she wasn't there to hear it, right? So that is probably a major issue or contradiction here. Alright, let's talk a little quick second, watching over the park then. We are about to hit the ad break, but we'll just power through it. So why are you out chasing pigeons in the park anyways? Well, how do you know, I'm hard at work investigating, but I've also gotta protect my crime scene from avian-related intruders. They could be walking on an important piece of evidence. This park looks pretty empty to me. Don't you want to investigate the actual crime scene? Red isn't good with death. That's why I was given homicide. I admit, it was too much pressure for me. Money and items can be replaced. A person cannot. So I stick to robberies and the like. Besides, someone's got to do it. Have you done this before, Sophie? Well, this is my first case with the body. Calling Anton's family was the hardest thing I ever did. It should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the Sophie I know. It's not an easy job, but it is important. Thank the gods Bill and Chandra survived. Anton. Can't believe someone would kill Anton. I mean, sure, he wasn't the nicest guy or a particularly good one. He certainly didn't make any... he certainly didn't make many friends for himself. Still, how do you handle it? Does investigating murders not, like, get to you? A little. But I was a patrol cop long before I ever got promoted. Working the beat like that, you get desensitized to stuff like this. All we can do now is find out who killed him and bring them to justice. Anton may have had a lot to answer for, but he still had friends and family who cared about him. And he wasn't like a CEO to a healthcare insurance firm, so, you know. Knowing that solving this will bring them some peace of mind is what keeps me going. That's fair. Ash. So I guess you've met my dad now. What did you think? You two have pretty different personalities. I expected him to be a lot more like you. He's always said that I'm more like my mom. My sister Jean is more like him. I love him, but it really drives me nuts sometimes. Your family sounds fun. Kind of jealous. I'm an only child. You should properly introduce me once this case is over. Oh my god, they are so fucking. Sure, but if Jean says she wants to do your makeup, you better run away before it's too late. It starts out innocent, but before you know it, she'll turn it into a multi-hour long makeover session. Okay, so we know that is happening. Let's investigate real quick. A tree. This tree has a hole in it. What happened? There was a gang fight here a few weeks back, and someone pulled a gun. One shot ended up in the tree. Is the bullet still inside the trunk? Yep. It's too deep to retrieve it without cutting the whole thing down. This poor tree. It's scarred for life now. May you live a long and healthy life despite your wounds, Mr. Chi. Mr. Tree. My god. Why is there a gunfight in the middle of the... My god, this is not a nice town, is it? So, this is where the wallet and gun were found? Pretty much. America? Maybe. I mean, this is technically not America, but also it's absolutely America. Pretty much. They weren't buried here, but we dug around to see if there was anything else. I'm surprised no one else found these first. If someone did, and we had to go hunting for it, it would have wasted a lot of time. We would have wasted a lot of time just looking for it. Let's not question it and focus on solving this case. Fair point. I won't look this gift horse in the mouth. But horses, you know what I'm saying? Horses. I swear to God, horses. Bush! Aha! The culprit might have left some more clues in this bush. Justy, I really don't think that evidence... Here I come! Yeah, ow! The only thing in the bush was just a bunch of thorns. Why did we even do that? Why is that even an option? Wow, it's a beautiful day out today. You can see the Junal Mountains really well from here. Have you ever climbed them before? No way. I don't have that kind of stamina. I'm more than content to simply just watch them from afar. Really missing out, Justy. It's quite an experience. When you're up there, the whole city just seems so small in comparison. Plus, you'll never have a better view of the Azure Bay. I'll tell you what, after this case, I'll drive you up part way on Zephyr. No, it's okay, really, I'll pass. Okay. Well then. Anything else to talk about? Let's talk to our dad once more. Yeehaw! Praise the gods above! What in the world? Sounds like Harris. He was one of the people here last night. If he was here last night, then he's a person of interest in my book. Let's go get his story. Sounds like he is in the workshop. I can show you the way. Anything else to talk about? Nope. Anything else? Anything else at all? Let's see. Quick second here. Last night, Luna Hart, the owner of this building, held a meeting here to decide, yep, you know me, I'm no good at all that stuff, so I finished cleaning up the store and left. Gave my keys to Luna so she could lock up the store afterwards. Nothing unusual, but then, actually, okay. When I went, I knew it was him because I saw him come into the store last night. Held a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. Yep, okay. There's nothing... That's it. There's nothing to really... I mean, I know there's something to point out, but that is not happening yet, so... Let's go to the workshop. Meet with Harris. At the glass shop. Oh, hi, Ferris. What are you doing here? And you're certain about this? Truer than the morning sun. He claimed all of it. Mrs. Eubank, what are you doing here? The same reason as you, Anton's death. Y'all know each other? It's complicated. Well, I won't pry into all that business. You folks must be with the police. Allow me to introduce myself. Name's Harris Newbuck, future owner of this establishment. Nice to meet you, Mr. Newbuck. But I thought this place would be bought out by Eubank Investments. How did you outbid them? I was gonna buy this place outright till old Anton decided to swoop in and try to outbid me. I reckon I lucked out with Luna when Luna chose me, and his bid's dead as a doornail now. Anton had plans to buy the store for Eubank Investments. You know, I call that motive. But after what happened with the Klaus orphanage, I requested he hold off for now. And yet, he completely ignored my request. Press were to find out. It would be very harmful to the Eubank Investments. I think her flame grew 2 sizes bigger. That said, it seems Luna went with Mr. Newbuck's lower bid. How did you manage that, Harris? Old Anton might have had the money, but I got something he ain't got. A dream. A dream? Well, it was a bidding war. Luna still had complete control as to whom she would pick. Based on what Mr. Newbuck has said, it seems he was able to convince Luna to sell it to him. Why would Luna do that? I better talk to her about that. That said, I read the contract. Luna doesn't fully inherit the right to sell this place until she is 18. So last night's meeting isn't legally binding, and Luna could change her mind. So there's a chance Harris could lose his bid. Sounds like he could stand to benefit from Anton dying. Now hold your horses there. I don't like how you said that. Let me just make one thing clear right out of the gate. I didn't kill nobody, and I don't know he died till today. I knew nothing about all this legal nonsense till now. Well, I reckon you're being quite defensive, Mr. Newbuck. Nevertheless, he's got a point. I suppose it shouldn't be that easy. It couldn't be that easy. You three can talk it out among yourselves. I'm going to step out for some air. I'd hate to trouble you, Mr. Newbuck, but since you're here, we'd like to take your statement about what happened last night. I reckon I got a moment to spare. Let's see here. Why is his whole thing scissors? Well, as I said, I was here last night to try and buy the place. Said, no matter what I offered, that dang Anton would always bid higher. Shook me for every last penny I had. I was gonna fold, but bless Luna's soul for picking me. Now, as I said before, I didn't go shooting the man. I ain't even own any type of gun to shoot him with. I ain't got the heart for killing, even when I'm angry. Harris claims he only won the bidding because of Luna. He doesn't own any guns and claims he could never kill anyone, even if he was angry. That's what every murderer says. Thank you, Mr. Newbuck. We also have some follow-up questions. Well, get on with it then. I ain't got nothing to hide. I should go outside and speak with Ferris later when I can. If Luna isn't here, she must be in the break room. I better go there as well. But it can't hurt to ask Harris some questions first. Let's take a look around first. Let's take a look at this rod. Is this still supposed to be hot? It should cool off eventually. I'm glad no safety inspectors around see this. Furnace. This is our furnace over here. And this over here is to help protect you from the heat. You can adjust it with these wheels and make it go further or backwards. You know your way around glass. How come you didn't take over the business? It's not for me. Never clicked with it like it does for the rest of the family. I wanted to find my own path. I just happened to end up at the station and becoming a cop. Gotta say, I'm glad you ended up where you did. You know what? You ought to make a piece for the station. I want to see your work myself. I'm not exactly good. Oh, Justy, the quality of it doesn't matter. All that matters is you put your heart and soul into it, and it will turn out perfect. And maybe after this case, I'll make you something. Glass. This is some of our prototype glassware. We always get the shapes down before we move onto the colored glass. It's kind of like drawing a sketch before you start painting. Or creating a flowchart before cooking a new dish. Yeah, just that. Hang on, what? A flowchart before you cook a new dish. A flowchart. Okay. Let's talk, sir. If I may ask, why are you looking to buy the store? It's been my dream to open my own barbershop. Give a fella a proper shave and a cut, and there ain't nothing he can't do. Of course, you ladies are always welcome as well. One of my styles, the fastest way to a man's heart. I think I'm fine, thank you. Can't say I'm after a man's heart. I like my hair the way it is. I'm here to impress the lesbians. Namely Swifty here. What about a woman's heart? Well, I reckon my artistry would make even the lassie swoon. Maybe I need a haircut. Babe! Babe, no. Do not trust this man. Do not trust this man. I do not trust this man. Do not get a haircut from him. I already love you. Please. Who's she trying to impress? Sue? No! Justina, have you not kissed yet? Oh my fucking god. This is absolutely... I cannot believe this. I cannot. Can you tell me how you know Salt? Give him a haircut, actually. You'd be surprised how close we get with our clients. Haircutting's a real personal thing. So after I learned his daughter was selling, I decided to buy it. Why open your barbershop here, of all places? Surely there's cheaper real estate elsewhere. Let me tell you something, lassie. This here's about to be real good business. All them new rich folk moving in, gentrifying this place. I reckon those business folk gotta get a haircut somewhere. That sounds ambitious. You know, that's actually not a bad idea. Prices around here have been going through the roof recently. Any businessman worth their salt would want a store in this area, assuming they can afford it. Becoming a barber. What got you into the whole barber thing anyways? Well, my pa taught me. Same as my grandpappy taught him. It's a form of art my family's been passing down for generations. May not use the same tools as them, some of them fancy painters with their easels and whatnot. My clippers are my brush, and the hair is my canvas. And the way I see it, what I really do is help people express themselves. They got a vague notion of what they want, but it's up to me to get them there. I never thought about hairdressing that way. That's fascinating. You didn't strike me as the artsy type. What? Just cause I got an accent and wear boots means I can't appreciate art? Maybe that was close-minded of me. No, I just think that mustache is absolutely untrustworthy. Okay, I think that about covers everything here. We got to talk with people here later. Store. Let's go talk to Luna. I'm interested in meeting Luna. Actually, no. Let's go to the alleyway first. What is going on here? Hey, Donut Boy. Love his work. Huh. Is someone crying over there? Hang on. That sounds like Mrs. Eubank. Oh no. What's going on? Ferris? You two again. Look, if you want to look around, fine, but please, leave me alone. Ferris, what's wrong? I just want it to end. This case? This whole scandal. Everyone is getting dragged in. My family, my friends, my company. And now Anton is dead. Why would someone kill him? It sounds like you two were close. He's been with Eubank Investments since the beginning. He helped build this company. He was a bit blunt, but he was a good man. Who might have tried to kill somebody, but you know, that's fine. Now to find out he's been going behind our backs. If only I found out sooner. Instead, I wasted all my time defending criminals. Criminals? You mean Annie? Annie, Bill, Oliver. I believed in all of them. Instead, all I did was waste my time. Time I could have spent looking after this company. Anton was a banker who tried to kill somebody. He was most definitely not a good person. Also, Ferris just learned that, right? Like she's learning that he also went behind their back, the Eubank's back, to do whatever he wanted, right? So clearly, Ferris is taking it hard, and like I feel for Ferris because I feel like Ferris really is doing her best and finding out everything she's known has been a fucking lie. And that kind of sucks. But also for the fact that, like, as a lawyer, I would expect a little bit more jadedness from her, in a sense. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe then, Anton would still be here. I think you did the right thing. Everyone deserves a fair defense. If you didn't fight for them, who would? A public defender. I'm not even a criminal lawyer. Wasting my time defending criminals, man. You're No, she's not a defense attorney. I think she's in contract law. Most public defenders don't give their clients much time of day. Oftentimes, they are overworked and underpaid. Yeah, that's true. How could they be expected to provide a good defense under those conditions? You fought for them better than anyone else could have. I mean, what if we got it wrong? We'd be sending an innocent person to jail. I never expected to hear all that from a cop. Technically, I sometimes would hear it from a cop, because cops, like, okay, ACAB, okay, let's be clear, ACAB, but also we know that, like, generally a lot of cops do feel like they are sending the right person, quote unquote, to jail, and that can be colored with a lot of prejudice, a lot of assumption. But generally, there is that assumption that they are trying to do good. That good might be skewered, but they are trying to do something good. I will. Hey, I didn't get into the business just for the paycheck or a sense of power. I want to help people. I want to catch the real criminals, not just the first option I find. I can tell this means a lot to you. She's really passionate about this. Now I just want to help her solve this case even more. Ferris, nothing you or I can do can bring Anton back. But you can help us find who's behind this. Help us. Please. Alright. How can I help? You knew Anton better than any of us. What can you tell us about him? I'll tell you what I know. Anton was a real gun enthusiast. He carried his pistol, Brutus, with him everywhere. He bragged all the time about how good of a shot he was. That he only ever needed one. He only ever carried one bullet in his gun just to prove that point. He never once left the thing out of his sight. He never once let the thing out of his sight either. Wouldn't even let anyone else touch it. This is partly because his gun has a flash drive attached to it. He carried all his work-related info on it. Aside from that, he was dedicated to his work. Really dedicated. When he made up his mind, nothing could stop him. Anton always carried one bullet in his gun and the gun had a flash drive attached to it. He wouldn't let anyone touch his gun. That's wild. What an interesting thing to do and have. Are we saying that the gun... Was there a flash drive on the gun? Most normal man alive. Yeah, I swear. Also, it is impossible for Anton's gun to have been the murder weapon now. Because even with the bullet striation test saying so, there would need to be an extra bullet. Well, no longer. Oh no, you're right though. He named his gun. Well, some people name their guns, some people name their computers, some people name their swords, some people name their cars, some people name their pets, you know. I never understood it, but I won't speak ill of the dead. It seems he cared about it a lot, though. We'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Fez. This will help us a lot. Never call me that again. Yeah, you're right, though. Oh, come on. How about Fairy or Fairbear? You know, city ordinances restrict the usage of motorcycles in this area. But you know what? Let's go look around elsewhere. I've never seen Sophie look more scared in her life. Investigate. Hey, look! My home, the dumpster. We better check this dumpster for cool clues. You never know what you might find lying in one of these. It's empty. Oh yeah, yesterday was trash day. They probably picked it up in the afternoon. Besides, I doubt the culprit would have been dumb enough to throw the gun in the trash. Trash? Raccoons? Raccoon City? Biohazard! Yeah. Possums? Possibly. I think it counts. Let's add it to the evidence. Trash was picked up yesterday at around noon. The contents of both the large dumpster and the small can have been collected. Mail handle. What's this thing here? That would be our mailbox. It pulls open for you to drop mail inside. Huh. I wonder, could the culprit have dropped something in there? Unless they're the utility company, I doubt it. What about the place next door? They also got one. I'd rather not go over there, actually. Well, why not? It looks like a harmless little toy shop. Don't let that fool you. It's all smiles until they realize you aren't buying anything, and then they turn into vicious snakes. Wow. The back wall, it's bricks. Hit the bricks. Well, what's with this ominous brick wall back there? It wasn't always there. You used to be able to walk through here to the other street. It got put there a few years ago because of a property dispute. I doubt the culprit would have been able to climb over this. That would mean that they'd have had to pass by the front of the store. Unless the culprit was a ghost. Oh my god. Justy, don't tell me you actually believe in ghosts. Of course I do. They're very real and very dangerous. They say those who anger the gods are forced to forever haunt our world as spirits. I never want to encounter one. You didn't strike me as the superstitious type. You can call it whatever you want, but I'd like to avoid being haunted. Don't worry, I doubt that ghosts will haunt you. You're too cute for that. Hey, cut it out, I'm really serious here. Oh, come on, I'm only teasing you. Wow, they laid on thick. Here we are, the scene of the crime. Oh yeah, there's a crime scene here. Fuck. Something on your mind? You know, I've always seen these in movies and TV, but seeing it in real life is haunting. When I was younger, I used to play out here with Luna. Once we played cops and robbers, Luna shaped her hands like a gun and pretended to shoot me as the robber. It's kind of surreal how much it paralleled this crime scene. Being here now makes my childhood feel like it was so long ago. Sorry, I really should focus on this case. Don't be sorry. I'm glad you can open up to me like this. But you're right, we had to solve this case, if only to get your dad off the suspect list. Right, so is there anything I should know? Aside from the body being found here, we don't know much else. It seems like our culprit may have lured Anton in here in order to rob him. We were also told he drove here, but both his keys and car are missing. So the same person who killed him could have used the car to escape. That means his keys, wallet, and gun were all taken, yet they dumped the gun and the wallet at the park. How strange. If they escaped in the car, why not drive away with both? Maybe they couldn't drive away with them. Maybe. I just can't think of a reason why. I'm going to add the keys as missing with the wallet. Interesting. His car keys are missing, and the only thing inside. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Until nothing else was found on it. Yeah, so there's no USB. There's no USB on the car, on the gun, unless the gun is the USB. Donut Boy! Oh, great. He's back. Who's he? The Dough Boy. He's a local graffiti artist. He goes around town spraying pastry-themed graffiti. And he's made our store his favorite spot to hit. We paint over it the next day, but he keeps coming back. Fry Noyle. I still have his information written down from the Klaus case. But I think it looks pretty. Why give him such a hard time? It's bad for business. It makes the whole area look shady. And, you know, not the whole gang wars and gun violence and the property dispute brick wall and all that, you know. It's the graffiti that's bad. I keep trying to convince my dad to do more about it, but he just brushes it off. I don't care how talented or creative he may be. He should be painting on an easel, not our walls. Or maybe we should just hire him to paint a donut mural on our wall officially and make it a pretty thing. And look, he even left his spray paint in the small trash can here. How strange. It still has plenty of paint. Huh. I just thought of something. What's up? The Essential Beat Cop Handbook, Chapter 8, Section 7, Most graffiti artists work under the cover of night. Did you memorize the whole thing? That's not important right now. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That we need to throw Doughboy in jail for his vandalism? No! Small Fry could have been a witness. We should go talk with him. Maybe, but knowing him, he won't be at his usual spot this early in the morning. We should gather as much evidence as we can before we visit him. Hold on, there's something else here. What's all this? Is this confetti? It's got some weird writing on it. This isn't ordinary confetti. This was left behind by a taser. A taser? Did someone use a taser on a clown? Not quite. Consumer tasers have confetti stuffed in their cartridges. Each one has the taser serial number on it. It's so we can track them down if they're used in a crime. Really? I never knew that. In any case, let us know that it lets us know that a taser was used here. We should look up the owner then. I'll call Sue to ask her to look into it. She can look it up while we're investigating. We better add both the case file. First, spray paint. Can of spray paint left in a trash can. It still has plenty of paint. And now the confetti. Confetti found from a consumer taser. It has the taser serial number it took to look up the owner. Found near the small trash can by the graffiti. Is that real? I wonder, because I feel like a cartridge. I mean, the cartridge. Every time you do one, you would have to get a new cartridge, right? And so it would presumably have a different serial number on it. Maybe it's like the serial number for the cartridge, and you can trace who bought it where. Talk. Stores in the back. What are those buildings in the back? There used to be some small businesses, a family club, a loan office, and a beauty salon. Used to. They closed down. Couldn't make enough to keep going. That brick wall in the back wasn't always there. People used to be able to go from one street to another. It was raised a few years ago because of a property dispute with the building owner on the other side. But it killed a lot of the traffic for those few stores. How sad. They have been closed for a couple of years now. And no one wanted them since, and no one has wanted them since. Thankfully, the former owners were able to relocate to another area. Then it was a happy ending? It was a happy ending, I just wish they didn't have to move in the first place. Anton's enemies. Do you know anyone who would want to kill Mr. Chambers? You didn't hear this from me. But Anton had just gone through a terribly messy divorce. His ex-wife fought him hard in the courts. Those two hated each other. Aside from her, there's certainly some businessmen around here who don't think the best of him. I can't imagine any of them would resort to murder. I checked on the family connections already. His wife has been away on holiday for the past week. So all we have are a bunch of empty leads. Unless his wife hired an assassin. Not exactly. We know our culprit either hid their intentions well, or this was a crime committed in the heat of the moment. That is what most murders are. Crimes of passion. Premeditated murder is very hard to crack sometimes because people know how to actually plan for it. Fine place. Looks like Anton was making a lot of moves recently. The orphanage I could understand, but why this place? Unfortunately, I can't disclose any information about the company or our ventures. You know something, don't you? This could be critical information. I have to place the interests of the company first. What could Eubank Investments be hiding? I want to push her on it, but I have a feeling it won't get me answers. Okay. Oh, I see we are... It is no longer the crime scene or the alley, it is the graffiti wall. I see, I understand. Break room. Let's see, what is going on here? There you are, Luna. Hey, Jay. I was just cleaning up the break room. So who's this with you? Is this that pretty detective girl you told me about? Oh, damn. Luna! Time and place, okay? Oh, woo. They are both gonna fuck. Let me introduce you to Luna. This is my friend, Detective Sophie Swift. Sophie, this is Luna Hart. Nice to meet you, Luna. Anyways, what you doing here, Jay? I'm here to investigate the murder. Both you and your dad are suspects. But we didn't kill him, so we're fine. That's still bad. What if the detective arrests you on bad evidence? Hey, I wouldn't. I didn't mean you, I mean the other... Oh, never mind. I just want to solve this case. What happened last night? I heard you sold the store. I did. I decided to sell the store to Harris because I believed in his dream. It might have been less money, but I felt like I was making an impact by helping him. Despite losing, Anton took losing the bid quite well. I even saw them talking to each other by the computer before they left. Afterwards, I cleaned the whole store before locking up for the night. Then I opened up the store, and you know the rest. Okay, so Luna agreed to Harris's bid because she believed in his dream, and then she saw Harris and Anton talking to each other by the computer before they left. Thanks, Luna. Do you mind if we took a look around and ask you some more questions? That's fine. Go ahead. Alright. Well, let's take a look first. Let's take a look at the fridge. Anything good in the fridge? Why do you have two fridges here? We got the smaller one for free. We ordered the bigger one, but they sent us the smaller one. Justina had to fight tooth and nail to get our money back. Gods, I hated that. I had to prove that they sent the wrong one and contact our bank to stop the transaction. It took a week before they admitted they were wrong and sent us the right one. We even got to keep the smaller one as an apology. I'm bringing you along next time I call customer service. Newspapers. Thanks for grabbing the local newspaper, Luna. Yeah. Even a week later, Eubank Investments is still in the news. Can you find it? Can you find it in the news? Azure City Council axes plan for light rail expansion. Approves motion to add 12th lane to 12th lane to freeway. That's a shame. There's already enough lanes on that freeway as it is. Maybe one more lane is enough to fix our traffic problem. No, Justina! No! I doubt it. Studies show that adding lanes is the worst way to reduce traffic. Ugh. I don't believe it. How is adding more bad? Okay, would you like to know? Hey chat, do you want to know why adding a lane of traffic does not solve the traffic problems to your congestion in urban areas? We can talk about this. We can talk about urban planning design concepts. We can talk about it. Do you want to hear about it? Do you want to talk about it? No? No? Chat? Please, chat! Please, chat, please. Do you want to hear about it? Okay, fine. You don't. Anything else? 5-year anniversary of the prison escape of Ben Gole. The how and why. Who's that? He's the only person to ever escape the Azure City Penitentiary. I never found the guy, and no one has heard from him since. In our country, the presumption of death is 5 years. Next week, on the anniversary, he will be declared dead. Must have been quite the escape artist to stay hidden that long. Anything else in there? Found the Eubank Investments. Eubank Investments, the dark side of Azure City's famous urban developer. Yep, it's right here. Looks like last week's scandal is hitting them hard. Only the public side. Doesn't seem like their business dealings are taking a hit. Eubank Investments is a private company, so we can't know for sure. I bet the press will love the latest story of Anton's death. Bet it will only make things worse. I think I will keep this newspaper for now. Hi, Stout. Welcome, welcome. Escaped prisoner Ben Ivan Gole will be declared dead next week after 5 years. I'm going to laugh if the barber is Ben Gole. Eubank Investments is getting bad press from last week's scandal. Okay. Pamphlets. University pamphlets? Yeah. There's an all-deaf university in New Grapetown. They've already accepted me. Oh, wow. Congratulations. I didn't know there was an all-deaf college. That's why she's selling this place. She needs the money to move east. My mom lives out there, but she can't afford to support me the whole time. Yeah, nice. With the sale, I should be fine until I graduate. So, what are you studying? Astronomy. I've always been fascinated with space and the stars. Jay and I used to go stargazing a lot when we were kids. I think that's how my love for it started. That's also why I picked the name Luna. Is she trans? Is she a baby? Oh, I'm so happy for her. I love her. I want to learn all I can about it. Oh. I think she's trans. That's so lovely. Oh. It sounds exciting. I can't wait to hear about what you discover. And And don't think you can just escape from us either. You better come see me on your holidays. Luna's on her first step towards her dream. I'm so proud of her. Oh, that's nice. Those are some big hands. I made it myself. They're modeled after my dad's. Must have been a large guy. He was, but he never yelled with them. Excuse. Jay says he was a loud person when using his voice. Oh, okay. He talked pretty loudly with us, but signed so calmly. I honestly don't know if it was because he lacked confidence in signing or because he was always nice to Luna. I see. Oh, I see. It's his hands were the way he like communicated with his daughter, and it's like it's a symbolic, it's a loving thing. It's not okay, but he was also yelling a lot. Cool, got it. Talk. Wow, that's a lot of things to cover. Okay, let's see. Meeting Anton. How come only 2 buyers were here last night? Did no one else offer to buy the place? Well, originally I was just going to sell it to Harris. He was a friend of my dad's, and he seemed really excited to take this place over. Then I got a call. Then I got contacted by Anton. He must have found out that I was selling the place. I wonder why he was so dead set on buying this place. Don't tell me he planned to put luxury condos here too. It's even stranger when you learn that he didn't have permission to do so either. There must be some reason for it. I mean, he technically didn't have permission for buying out the orphanage either, so... Well, I do know that Eubank Investments used to own this property before we did. I don't remember much from them, but maybe it could shed some light on it. We'll take what we can get. Can you tell us what you remember? Well, it involved the accident I was in 10 years ago. Accident? What accident? It's not important. It happened so long ago. It's alright, Jay. I don't mind sharing. If you're sure. When my dad was looking for properties to buy, we visited this building. But when we were investigating, one of the upper floors collapsed and I was pinned underneath the rubble. Oh, I'm sorry. That must have been awful. My dad ended up settling with an agreement with Eubank Investments. They sold this property a lot cheaper and a lot quicker than they would have otherwise. They also helped repair the damages. Luckily, there was no permanent damage. The builders were the ones at fault, but Eubank Investments was liable. They got off better with the deal than if it went to court. They even added some sound absorption to the walls free of charge. Sound absorption, huh? Interesting. Now you can't even hear anything in here from the front of the store. Interesting. So I'm grateful to the Eubanks, if only because they cared enough to accept responsibility. And you never met any of the Eubanks the whole time? No. I only heard about the process afterwards. Interesting. Thank you, Luna. I'm going to write that down. Write what you said down about the sound absorption walls. Sound was reduced in the workshop, and no sound from the front of the store can be heard in the break room. Interesting. This is increasingly becoming a weird case with a lot of moving parts. Sign language. So, Justy, why didn't you tell us at the station you knew sign language? It's not exactly a selling point on a resume. It totally fucking is, actually. Jay and Jean both learned when our dads started working together. It was kind of fun slowly watching them pick up the language one sign at a time. I picked it up faster than Jean. She would get so mad when she couldn't understand us. Don't give me that look. It's one of the few things I got ahead of her on something. Got ahead? She was kind of better than me at school. Just a little. Sign language was one of the few things I could boast over her. But she caught up. Now we can talk together without my notebook. Okie dokie. Let's talk about your dad. I've been hearing about your dad a lot today. I understand he passed away recently? He did. It's been really hard. I knew it was coming, so it wasn't unexpected. But that didn't make it any easier. His death was expected? Cancer or something. Sol had a terminal disease, which affected his nervous system. It started getting a lot worse in the last 5 years of his life. He started losing a lot of his fine motor control, and eventually he was partially paralyzed. I can't imagine what that must have been like. The hardest part was when he couldn't sign anymore. Oh. I was told he could still speak, but only with his mouth. It was the only time I ever wished I was hearing. Oh. I'm so sorry. Oh, she's crying. Oh no, poor baby. It's okay, Detective. He was a good dad. I prefer to remember the good times we had together rather than the bad. I'm sure he'll have a great next life. Plus, I still have Jay and her family. They've sort of taken me under their wing. Of course you do. And don't ever forget it. Oh, poor baby. Oh. You and Justy are pretty close. Did you guys grow up together? Yep. Jay and I would play together when we were little. She was always so supportive of me. When I came out as trans... Aw, she is! Jay was the first person I told. I'm glad you did. I've always been really proud of you. She's the little sister I never had. Wait a second, you have a sister. Like I said, a sister I never had. Justina and Jean never get along. They're completely polar opposites. Oh, thank you. But I consider them both my sisters, too. I learned different things from both. Jean taught me a lot about fashion and makeup, even if I don't really bother with it much. In fact, she bought this bow I always wear for me. But Justina always showed me how to be confident in myself. We had a lot of adventures together, and some misadventures. That's really heartwarming. Just try to get along with your sister more, Justy. Hate to break it to you, but some things just aren't possible. Alright, Harris's contact. Luna, do you mind if I see the contract for selling the store? No problem. Here you go. Now, where is it? What are you thinking? According to the contract, it goes into effect the moment Luna turns 18. But it can be cancelled at any time until then. Luna, is there any reason why you would cancel the deal with Harris? No. I'm happy with the terms we came up with last night. Better write that down. Write down the contract details that might come in handy. Okay, so once she turns 18 and can be canceled at any time before her birthday. I wonder when her birthday is. You know what? That is something that's probably going to be important, huh? May 5th! In 5 days! Also, when that gold guy gets presumed dead. There's a lot going on like May 5th right now. What is Harris? No, I mean, I think Harris is either gonna be that goal guy, or it's gonna be interesting. Something's gonna happen. Let's talk about the metal detectors. Hey Luna, you know those 2 metal detectors in front of the store? I'd like to take a look at the logs for them last night. Sure thing, Jay. Let me just print them out for you. Here you are. Looks like it tripped twice last night. Thank you, Luna. Huh? Did you say twice? Yeah. Guess Anton must have tripped it again when he was leaving the store. No way that's possible. My dad would have heard it. No, because Ash left before they left. What do you think, Sophie? It is strange. According to Ash, he only heard the detector go off once. Could he have been lying to us? No way. Why would he lie about that? There must be something else here we're missing. I wonder about that. For now, let's write it down. Okay. I have things to ask her about. But let's first go to the park and have some conversations. Let's catch up. Hey Sophie, do you like my hair? Why do you ask? Meeting Harris made me start to wonder if I should get a haircut or something. Who knows, maybe it's time to try a new style? I think you would look good with shorter hair. You know, like a butch lesbian. Or maybe you could dye it like a fun color. Like, you know, get that blue streak in your hair. Yeah. I don't think I could ever dye my hair. I like my natural hair color too much. Yeah, blue. Maybe you just need a fun hat, like a beret. You don't reckon a 10-gallon hat would suit a fine lassie such as myself? I think you're spending too much time around Harris. Ferris, you. Seeing Ferris so sad nearly broke my heart. Mine as well. Hiding her regret must have been hard for her. You handle her very well. You're pretty good at cheering people up. You reminded me of myself after failing my first case. It lingers in you until you feel like giving up on everything. When you stood up for me to take over the case, it gave me courage to stick with it to the end. I only wanted to give her the same courage. She's grown so much in the time since I met her. And Luna. Sophie, what do you think makes a good graduation gift? Luna is graduating high school next month, and I want to get her something nice. Well, what does she like? Let me think. She's really into computers, but I don't know much about that stuff. Luna always goes on about how I need to upgrade my phone and laptop, but I don't really see the reason. If it works fine, why change it? When was the last time you bought a new computer? Like 10 years ago? Even I know that's too long. Don't tell me you're still using a flip phone, Justy. Of course not, I just haven't upgraded in a while. Okay, we're about to hit an ad break. So, no real new things here. Just some fun little bits of banter. But we're going to first talk to Luna when we get back. After we're gonna get that, review the statement, but after a quick break, as we get some more water and stuff. We'll be right back. And we back. Hello. Oh, ooh, there we go. So we got these chocolates from a friend who visited Panama. And so we are trying them. And they are quite delicious. They also have coffee in them. Perhaps not a good thing to be eating at 10 p.m. at night. But fuck it, we ball. I should go over her statement again because something really made us think. She decides to sell the store because she believes in his dreams. Might have been less money, but she felt like she was making an impact to help him. Despite losing, Anton took losing the bid quite well. She even saw them talking with each other by the computer before they left. Afterwards, she cleaned the whole store before locking up for the night. Then I opened up the store, and you know the rest. Okay, so first of all, I would like to note there was potted soil. Luna, if you cleaned the store last night, why is there a pile of dirt on the floor near the entrance? Well, you see, I didn't clean the front of the store. So, who knows how long it was there yesterday? I think we can figure out when the soil appeared. Here's how we prove how the pot broke. With the camera. Obviously. The camera in front of the store was recording the front of the store yesterday. All we need to do is check it. You have all the footage. You can't? Luna, what's going on? Why can't we see the camera footage? I can't hide it anymore. I broke the pot. I'm so sorry. If you broke the pot, why didn't you just tell us? We're not like cops or anything. Well, at least I'm not a cop. I'm just a clerk. The pot contained a rare Gilia that Ash had been trying to grow. I didn't want him to be mad at me. He was gonna notice! He was gonna notice that! No, I'm sorry. I broke it by mistake last night. I happened to look out the alleyway window and saw a ghost. Aha. Oh, would you look at the time? I had best be going. But Justy, this could be very important. Luna, please tell us all the details about this ghost. Don't look, Justina. Keep your eyes closed until Sophie says otherwise. It was like a shadow hovering above the dumpster, keeping its body still while moving its head. When I saw it, I knocked over the pot, and then it ran off. And when I saw what the plant was, I quickly brought it back to the break room to save it. It took me 20 minutes. I ordered a replacement pot and had planned to sneak it back in. I just didn't want your dad upset at me. Also, yeah, thank you for the welcome back. Wow. I even deleted the footage from right around when the pot broke in case you checked the footage without me knowing. Oh my fucking god, Luna! Why? Sounds like you saw someone in the alleyway. Since Justy still has her eyes closed, I'll update the evidence. Justy, you can open your eyes. So it was a person and not a ghost? That means she must have seen our culprit? But why would our culprit be hovering around the dumpster? Let's keep our options open for now. I'm sorry I didn't think it would be an issue. But you kept a very important clue to yourself. You should have been honest from the start. And deleting footage. What if we needed that? She wasn't being malicious. It seems like an honest mistake. I get that, but still. Something is bothering you. You're normally not this tense. Because Luna and my dad are suspects. We can't help them if they keep secrets from us. And losing your cool over a minor lie isn't going to help. Just accept it and move on. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, Luna. I shouldn't yell over it. I forgive you. You will solve this case no problem. Thanks, Luna. We will do our best. Okay. Let's talk to our dad then. I should go over statement again. Held a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. Finished cleaning up the store and left. Last night, Luna Hart, the owner of the building, held a meeting here to decide who was bought. Oh. She could lock up the store afterwards. When we opened the store in the morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual. But when I went to the alleyway to throw away some trash, that's when I saw the body. I got closer and I saw Anton. He was face up. Actually, here's one other thing. He went to the alleyway to throw away some trash and then he saw the body. I know it's not the biggest detail, but the trash was picked up yesterday at noon and the contents of both the large and small dumpsters were collected, so there was nothing new in them. Hey, Dad, what do you think of this? Sorry, I don't really have anything to say about it. Okay. Well, I called the police right after that, and you know the rest. I knew it was him because I saw him come to the store last night. Oh, yeah. No? When we opened the store, and left. Okay. Owner of this building held meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. That's not anything important. Sound was reduced in the workshop and no sound from the front can be heard from the break room. That's not important. A can of spray paint left in a trash can. Still had plenty of paint. No? Kill anyone even if he was angry. No. 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 Right. Hey, Dad, what do you think of this? Showing that off like it's your badge, I see. Showing that off like it's your badge, I see. Of course not. I was just wanted to show you the picture. Sure. Whatever you say. Still, I remember when you first got your license. You couldn't wait to have me stop driving you everywhere. That's because you'd always embarrass me in front of my friends. You know, that was the day it finally dawned on me that you'd really grown up. Still don't really feel like a grown-up, just a teenager with a job. I still don't really feel like a grown-up, just a teenager with a job. Justina, you're gonna feel like that for the rest of your life. You're still young. You're still young. That's how it's supposed to feel at your age. But you've got a long adult life ahead of you. Now, come show me what you finally get when you finally get your real badge. store and left. Harris and Anton were talking with each other by the computer before they left. Nope, that's not it. Gave my keys to Luna so she could lock up the store afterwards. That's right. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual. You know what? Let's actually investigate. Anything here? Anything else? No. Travel. Let's go talk to this guy real quick. Also investigate. Is there anything else new? Nope. Okay, let's talk to you. Try to buy the place. Anton always bid higher. I was gonna fold, but bless Luna's soul for picking me. Now, as I said before, I don't go shooting the man. I ain't even own any type of gun to shoot him with. I ain't got the heart for killing, even when I'm angry. Okay. There was Anton's gun present, though. Maybe this'll spook him a bit. I don't think this is really relevant here. Okay. That's an interesting way to put it. Is getting bad press from the last week's scandal. Oh. Let's see if this pulls anything. Nope. This is interesting. Or no, wait, graffiti wall. Oh, alleyway. Right, that is... Okay, I see. I see. Anton was a real gun enthusiast. Okay. It was a perfect shot, so if he... Okay. He only ever carried one bullet. Never let the thing out of sight. This is partly because his gun was... Okay. Nothing would stop him. Harris claims he only won the bidding because of Luna, he doesn't own any guns, and claims he would never kill anyone even if he was angry. She saw Harris and Anton talking with each other on the by the computer before they left. This is interesting. This is tricky. I am kind of curious what the fuck I'm supposed to be disputing here. Anton was a real gun enthusiast. He carried his pistol Brutus with him everywhere. Okay, one shot. Maybe that's what we're talking about? No. What are we missing here? His car is missing as well. I know this has been an issue, but I'm trying to, like, where do we talk about that? Right. Let's see. Buying the store, was it? I remember seeing Anton. He had let's see. Well, oh, actually, right. That's how we got to that. let's investigate the metal detector. Okay. Yep, we know. Felt like to me too, but I do remember hearing it go off last night. Of course, that was probably from Anton. He always had the gun. But Luna didn't seem to care. Okay, so we don't get anything new from that. Like, there's clearly some... I mean, it triggered twice. It triggered twice, right? Went off only... Ash claims it only went off once when everyone entered. I would guess that somebody walked out with the weapon as well. Right. I think that's the big thing here. What are we missing? Do we need to devastate poor Luna again? No? Luna's fine. Luna's done. Anything else to talk about here? Investigate? No. Workshop? No. Alleyway, break room. So we gotta find a contradiction between Ferris, Ash, and Harris. And I'm really trying to figure out, like, what exactly we're missing here. I know we should talk to... I feel like Ash is the one that needs to be interrogated here. But I'm not sure why. Well, I mean, there's the obvious thing I want to ask about, but there's no indication of how we're supposed to challenge that. Last night, Luna Hart, the owner of this building, held a meeting here to decide who would be buying the property. Right. You know me, I'm no good at that stuff, so I finished cleaning up the store and left. Do we have anything else that establishes he was still here? No, that's not... Camera? No, I mean, obviously I think he's telling the truth there. There's nothing to say. Won the bidding because of Luna. Even if he was angry. So he was pretty angry about losing the bid. Anton was carried... okay, 1 bullet. Shot twice. Still plenty of paint. Confetti. Talking to... let's see. Yeah. When we opened the store this morning, I hadn't noticed anything unusual. Soil? How about the... No, that's nothing there. When I saw the body, saw Anton, he was face up in the middle of the alleyway. Because I saw him come into the store last night. Okay. Well, I called the police right after, and you know the rest. Huh, I am weirdly stumped for some reason. And I'm kind of like, why? Is it Ferris? He's a real gun enthusiast. His pistol brews with him everywhere. Okay, first let's talk about this. No. He was a perfect shot, but he only ever carried one bullet in his gun. Well, let's just talk about this for a second. Wouldn't even let anyone else touch it. It's partly because it's... Okay. He carried all his work-related info on it. Here we go. There it is! I'm glad that I mean, this was just a thing, like, why are we confronting Ferris about this? But sure. Ferris, are you aware that his gun was found at the park across the street? No, I wasn't. Was it found on his body? It wasn't. Red only found it by assuming the culprit would escape through the park. But when we found it, there wasn't a flash drive attached. If you say he always has a flash drive attached, someone must have taken it. Mrs. Eubank, would there be anything valuable on it? Something worth taking? I can't say for sure, but knowing him, it's likely. He did like keeping his cards close to his chest. But maybe the money wasn't the primary target for our thief. I'll update the evidence on Anton's gun. What now, Detective? How are we supposed to find the flash drive? We still don't have proof our culprit even has the flash drive. For now, let's focus on finding the primary suspect. Thanks again, Mrs. Eubank. Okay. So, that's that. Can we talk about anything else? Nope. Anything else? Nope. Yeah, travel. I doubt we have anything to do here. Would always bid higher. Believed in his dream. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay. So no matter what I offered, the dang Anton would always bid higher. Now, as I said before, I don't go shooting the man. I ain't even own any type of gun to shoot him with. But you did have an opportunity. No. Got no heart for killing, even when I'm angry. Let's see. Ah! Okay, maybe not. Are we allowed to go to graffiti? Aha! We're just allowed. Okay, we're done. We were done collecting. Graffiti wall. Ah, crap. Not you again. Doughboy! Were you at my dad's store again last night? What's it to you, Greenie? I thought you and the jerk cop said you'd be leaving me alone. What are you doing here again? Hey, small fry. Long time no see. We saw your big donut you left, Doughboy. I ain't talking to no more cops, so beat it. Listen to me, small fry. There was a murder last night outside of Nickel and Diamond's Antiques. If you were there, I need your statement. No way. I ain't saying a word. Smart kid! You'd better talk, or Sophie here will book you for vandalism. Not to mention hindering our investigation. Justy, that's not... Alright, fine. I'll talk to you stupid cops, but I swear, I didn't see anything. Bluffing always works with this kid. Look, I don't have much to say. So maybe I did make a donut on the side of that store. I didn't see anything, and I don't know anything... I don't know nothing about a dead guy. So whatever happened, it was after I got my things and left. Happy now? Fry claims he made the donut and didn't see anything that night. I have a feeling it's going to be a struggle to get him to talk to us. Anything new to talk? The cupcake? What a tasty looking cupcake. Do you have a sweet tooth, detective? Totally. I wish I could eat more. But I have to stay as fit and healthy as I can. No criminal can outrun me and Zephyr, and I intend to keep it that way. That's why snack time is 4 o'clock on the dot and not a moment sooner. I see. I don't think I could maintain such a rigid snack schedule. The pie? I love the golden crust. It makes the pie look extra yummy. I'm impressed. I didn't think you had a good taste in art. Unlike a certain other short-haired detective. Is that the best you got? I expect better from you. Oh wait, your name is Doughboy, so your insults are less than half-baked. Your comebacks are like glass. I can see right through them. Calm down, you two. Just look at the pie and relax. But he started it. That is a nice pie, though, you know? A roll cake. Hey, Small Fry, why did you pick chocolate for this one? Do I need a reason? I just like chocolate. No, but you already had a chocolate cake and eclair. Why not try something else? Oh, can you make a strawberry one? Make it extra pink and with strawberries all over? I don't take respects from cops. Besides, strawberries are too sweet for my liking. But isn't chocolate also sweet? Well, duh. Chocolate and fruit are different types of sweetness. Sweet is sweet. There isn't a difference. No, Justina, there is a huge difference here. Of course there is. Fruit can't compare to the glory that is chocolate. You're the most stubborn person I have ever met. You're the most stubborn person I have ever met. Both of you should look in a mirror and say that. Eclair. I see you've filled in that eclair more. I've been too popular recently to finish it. But this spot is starting to become a pilgrimage spot for the doughheads. So I gotta spruce this place up a bit. How popular is this kid? And a spray can. There's a bunch of spray paint littered around here. You need to clean up after yourself, Small Fry. So what? I like to have options. I try out different brands and see which ones I like. It's spray paint. How many brands could there really be? When you're as popular as me, you gotta stay on top of the line. You gotta stay top of the line in materials. There's been some posers who are trying to bite my style. I gotta defend my turf and my title. The Dreamland crew and their stupid fans, the Dreamers, have been moving into this area. I gotta remind them why the Doughboy rules these streets with painted pastries. When this is over, I'll be a nightmare on the Dreamland crew. Who knew vandalism could be so intense? Okay, so no new evidence from there, but let's talk. Hello, Fry. I see you haven't stopped being a nuisance since we last saw you, Doughboy. Maybe a nuisance to boring losers like you. But my popularity has been soaring online. The doughheads are bigger than ever. I'm a star witness in the orphanage case. My pieces are selling like hotcakes. You're certainly not letting it go to your head at all. Hang on, your pieces? How on earth do you sell graffiti? Where I drop my art is up to me. But I've been known to be enticed by a little bit of cash, if you can catch my drift. Now people want you to vandalize. Now people want you to vandalize their property. We're not all failures of an artist like you, Greenie. That's way too deep of a cut. Hey, be nice to Justy, Small Fry. She's the one who started it. Names. Small Fry. Can you stop calling me that? I'm Doughboy. I know, right? So rude. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. You're not doughy enough. But you're small and named Fry, so you're a Small Fry. How does a person look doughy? It's not about looks. It's about feel. You know, Kinky Booba. You know, Small Fry, you could call her you could call her Justy instead of Greenie. She's wearing green, therefore she's Greenie. But what if she decides to wear blue or pink? Then maybe you shouldn't wear green every time I see her. But I like wearing green. So, how have things been with you and Meg? What's it to you, Greenie? Relax, I was just wondering. Oh, well, I haven't really talked to her since that stupid day. If that weirdo magician lady wrote that letter, I'm still... forget it. Why am I talking to you losers anyway? I think it's clear that Meg cares about you, Small Fry. I mean, she kept your spray paint around. That has to mean something. I'm sure she still wants to be your friend. Just leave me alone. Okay, let's review that statement a little bit. So maybe I did make a donut on the side of that store. But I didn't see anything. He doesn't want to be friends. He does not like friends. He does not like people. He's just here to appreciate pastry. It's true. But I don't see anything. And I don't know nothing about a dead guy. How did you know this was a murder case? The victim was shot. Okay, well, no, that's not going to be anything. So whatever happened was after I got my things and left. Happy now? So got an ID, so what? Your photo is just as green as it is now. Hey, green is an amazing color. Any self-respecting artist would use every color they can. You stick to one color. It's called branding. He's right. What kind of artist just uses green? Maybe I should try a new color tomorrow. Okay. Let's talk about your spray paint. We already know that's a line oil. You left your spray paint at the scene, still full of paint. I don't think you would have just left that there if you weren't in a hurry. It's called a phase. Artists have a phase where they use different colors. Yeah, exactly. I think something scared you and made you run. So, what was it? Did you witness the murder? That's not healthy for you. So what if I left it? That doesn't mean anything, Rainy. It was left there by mistake. By mistake in a trash can? Yeah, so it happens all the time. Let me explain. He is so... I mean, I think part of his brain chemistry might be altered by all the fumes. Revised statement. Here we go. So what if I left my spray can there? It happens to the best of us. I was there in the morning anyway, so it must have been in the trash for a while. All I did was the outline, and I was planning to color it tomorrow. That's why I must have left before that guy died. Now I have to wait before I finish my newest masterpiece. Gotta look over this statement again. Something seems out of place. Absolutely out of place. I was there in the morning anyway. He was shot at night. What? Look, sometimes I crack an egg on the trash bin and throw the shells in the bowl. It's called ADHD, and I bet this kid has it. Maybe, possibly. Let's see. I was there in the morning anyway, so it must have been in the trash for a while. No. It was trash day. That's not possible, Noel. Trash pickup was that day, and your spray can should have not have been there. Time to bluff him again. They pick up the trash at 5 p.m. So the only time he could have been there was right around when he died. That's not true. They weren't there when I was there. So you confessed to being there at that time. I'm not getting involved in your mess. What happened to that guy has nothing to do with me. You little... Justy, come down. We won't get anywhere if you're angry. See that stat? Oops, lie. Yeah, this is why you don't talk to cops, by the way. He clearly knows something. We just need to squeeze it out of him. Can't force him to talk. Let me try talking to him. Listen, Fry. The man who died, he wasn't just some random person. He had a family and friends. A lot of people miss him. Oh, not oops lie, cops lie, exactly. No matter what we do, he's never coming back. We are trying to find his killer, and we need your help. You're not a bad kid, just a passionate artist with a chip on your shoulder. So please, no more games. We just want the help. Fine, I admit it, I was there. That worked? How did she... So you were there. You saw everything? Don't get your hopes up. I didn't get involved. Let me explain. So there I was, painting my next masterpiece. I heard a door open in the alleyway, so I got scrammed. Well, I ducked around the corner, and when I peeked out, a pair of guys were standing next to my masterpiece. But I saw one of them pull their gun and stayed hidden. Then bam! One gunshot. I was about to be next, so I ran away after that. Why didn't you report any of this to the police? You saw a man get shot, and you did nothing? I was scared. I mean, you know, I figured someone else would report it. I don't like cops. I wasn't about to sit through all your stupid questions. I would rather just forget it. Never want to see anything like that again. That's fair. Did you at least get a good look at the shooter's face? Anything that can help me identify them? Can't tell you nothing. Too much darkness. They were talking about money or something? I heard something about farm animals too? Big hen. And to be clear, did you only hear one gunshot? Yeah. But there was another sound. No idea what. Was it another gunshot? I don't know. I was running for my life. How's I supposed to know? Was it or not? This is very important, Fry. Okay, yes, it was. Now lay off me already. Huh. You said you saw two of them. Was there anyone else in the alleyway before you heard the door? No. No, it was just me until then. Then our culprit came from inside the store. Oh no, that means... My dad, could he... Don't jump to conclusions, Justy. We know there were two people who were in the store with Anton. Your dad and Harris. Oh, right. Hold on, let me see if I have a picture. Fry, did the culprit look like this? No way, couldn't be him. He was the one that got shot. Huh? What did you say? The guy who pulled the gun. He aimed it at the person with the hat. Like that. But Harris is still alive. Then we have to bring him in. He can tell us what happened. I'm going to quickly write down what he said and head back. Maybe we should take a moment to think about this. Go over it, what Fry said. Sophie, we haven't gotten a clue about who the culprit is until now. He's our only lead. We're burning daylight. I need to head back before he leaves. I think it's clear. Okay, I think we need to show the other photo of the person who died, maybe, and ask Fry, like, was the person who shot him this guy or somebody else? Justy, wait. Mr. Newbuck. Can I help you, man? There was an eyewitness who claims he saw two people walk out of the store last night and into the alleyway. One of those people pointed a gun at someone with a hat just like yours. You're hiding something, Harris. What happened last night? A witness, you say? Aye. You're surprisingly fast when you're in a hurry. Detective, is it true? Someone saw me? It is. An eyewitness who we know isn't lying. What happened last night? Did you kill Anton Chambers? You're barking up the wrong tree, partner. I got nothing else to say. Then we have to bring you back to the station for questioning. There we can get you a public defender and continue our conversation. Finally, we are getting somewhere. Mr. Newbuck, don't tell me you killed Anton. Ferris, please, help a partner out. I swear on my mama's grave, I didn't kill nobody. I don't got money for a lawyer, and you're the only one I know. Please. I'm not a defense attorney. Why would you want me? If I have to put my life in someone's hand, I want it to be someone I know. Detective, can I see the evidence? I suppose it can't hurt. Mr. Newbuck, if I may, I want to take your case. You do? But did you just meet him today? Well, B. You believe I'm innocent? There's something in the evidence that I want to see for myself. I'll meet you all at the station. This might not be... Okay, Ferris, if you're about to take up his defense with an ulterior motive to prove him guilty... Ferris, what are you doing? Unless, of course, the problem here is that, you know, Ash may be implicated in the murder somehow. Now she's our enemy again. Great. Yeah, that's malpractice. That is, you know, this will actually cause perjury, possibly. Even more perjury. So much perjury. And paperwork, and paper perjury. Okay. This gets you disbarred. I swear to God, yeah. Come on, Justy. That's a good thing. Now Harris doesn't need a public defender. It's also less paperwork for you. There's no time to waste. Let's get back to the station. Thanks to Fry's help, we finally started to form what happened last night. But on the way to the station, I kept thinking about what Ferris said. I looked over the evidence again and again, not knowing what she saw. Then when we got back to the station, I gave up and decided to go in head first. And that's your first mistake. You're gonna fucking... You just fucking walked into a trap, didn't you? Alright. Azure City Police Precinct number 5. Viewing room. Huh. What's up, detective? You seem lost in thought. I'm looking over the evidence we collected. You best look it over once before going in. Got a few uphill battles coming up. Have more than enough evidence to close the case. How hard can this be? We do not have the case. We do not have enough. We absolutely do not have enough. But answer a key question. Why would Harris Nuba commit murder? Because, if what Small Fry said is right, Anton pulled a gun on Harris. But why would he? And more importantly, why did it lead to murder? I can't shake the feeling that we're missing something. Okay, now I'm nervous. This would be our first case without Detective Hunt's full support. And if it's not Harris, that only leaves my dad. Calm down, Justy. You're letting your nerves control you. Yeah, but Justina doesn't know that she's... Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's... Okay, I think I have some thoughts here. Your dad is innocent, and Harris knows more than he's letting on. There's so much we don't know. Listen, Justy, I'm worried too. I never had a murder case before. Anton Chambers had a family, one I had to call this morning upon getting the report. I'm scared of letting them down, but I know we can solve this case. How can you remain so calm? That's too much pressure for me. Because I have you. It's thanks to you and Red that I solved my first case. We're teaming there, so let's have each other's backs. Hey, breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. Okay, I think I'm good. Thanks, Sophie. I really needed that. All right, let's go. Okay, no problem, partner. No problem, partner. Okay, so here's the thing. For one, Ash left early because he had no intention of the actual dealings with all of that, right? Yeah, they're partners. The security detector probably went off once going into the store and then going out of the store. So likely whoever was the culprit had the gun as they left the door. The issue, however, is that Hart wouldn't be able to hear anything, especially with the fact that anything they were talking about, even if Hart could hear, wouldn't be audible. Okay. Camera is unreliable because the key footage from that period of time is missing. They were likely talking about Big Hen, which might implicate that Newbuck was in cahoots with Anton for some reason. Anton's gun is empty and the flash drive is missing, so we need to find the flash drive. Harris claims he only did... okay, yep. Eubank. No one is allowed to touch Anton's gun, but it was definitely fired somehow. It seems that there were... it's possible that there were 3 gunshots that night. Unless Anton shot first. But then there were 2 bullets in Anton. So either he shot himself or something is happening. Spray paint, doesn't matter. Confetti. So somebody came prepared, thinking that there might be a confrontation. Anton has no reason to bring a taser, so it is likely Harris's, if it is anyone's. Luna agreed to Harris's bid because she believed in his dream. She saw Harris and Anton talking to each other by the computer before they left. So Harris and Anton were talking by the computer before they left, but they also went out the back to go through into the alleyway. That's interesting. That's weird. One thing to also consider is that the escaped prisoner Ben Ivan Goal will be declared dead next week after 5 years. And Ben Ivan Goal might be... I'm wondering if he's like a master of disguise, right? Or is this a red herring? No sound. Very difficult to hear, even if Luna could. Harris Eden Newbuck. Yeah, there's no. This contract will go into effect once Luna turns 18 next week. Luna can cancel the contract anytime before her birthday, which is 5 days away. Anne Fry saw a pair of guys step out of the alleyway door and walk near his art. One pulled out a gun at the other. He claims he heard but didn't see a gunshot. Could it be that the first shot was the taser? That's a potential. Behind Nickel and Diamond, our preliminary findings indicate he died last night and was left outside overnight. He appears to have been shot twice. Also, okay, he was shot twice, once in the right side near his abs and once in his chest. We believe the cause of death of the gunshot wounds his wallet. But also, okay, one other thing to also consider. There were 2 puncture wounds on his chest, which indicates he may have been tasered. So that's the other thing. He might... It could very well have been Newbuck was shot at. He fired back with the taser, knocked him out. Yeah, I think that might be the case. I think that's what actually happened. Do we have anything else to really talk about? Yeah. Luna told us about why she sold the store to Harris Newbuck. She's such a sweetheart. I'm glad. Okay. Anything else? Fry Noyle. Occupation, quote-unquote artist. Nickname Doughboy. Graffiti artist that likes desserts, like cookies and cakes. Okay. Luna. Yep. Newbuck. A barber who intends to buy the store but was outbid by Anton before he died. What kind of accent does he have? I don't fucking know. I've been making up my accent. Location deceased. Let's see. To think he'd wind up murdered. Okay. Let's go. Before you two go in, I got something for you. I checked the taser number. It turns out the taser is unregistered. What do you mean unregistered? Since the taser is unregistered, whoever had it got it legally. It's a real pain, too. Stun Inc. has no idea how a taser could end up on the black market. But I figured it'd be best to let you all know. Okay, so an unregistered taser gun that fires 2 darts connected to the gun by wires into someone to stun them. Thanks for the last minute help. I was hoping for more information, but it will have to do. I was told the autopsy report is almost done. What else could be missing? I'm not sure, but I'll let you know when it's ready. Hopefully this goes well, and we won't need it by the time we finish. Now, let's get this show on the road. Alright, it's 2:30 in the afternoon, and we're already ready to interrogate a murder suspect from last night. Also, we're about to hit our ad break, so... Alright, Ferris, let's go. Should we take a quick break? Especially since this is the start of the investigation. Probably good to do that, huh? I'll take a moment. Eat a piece of chocolate, you know? Maybe even do a BRB screen. Yeah. Nom nom nom. You know what? Yeah. We'll be right back. Did you have a nice boat trip? How are y'all? Don't, if you happen to be in a different chat and we just happen to be in a voice chat, no, you didn't hear us. That never happened. Okay. Harris Newbuck, you are here on suspicion of murder. Good boat trip, yeah. We have an eyewitness stating no one was in the alleyway except Anton and the culprit. How do you plead? Having looked over your evidence, your eyewitness's account is lacking in detail. Not to mention he claims that Anton pulled the gun on my client and was only able to recognize him by a hat. If you want to hold my client here, then I demand more proof. In that case, Mr. Newbeck, did you walk into the alleyway with Anton Chambers? I keep saying. Mr. Newbeck, not another word unless needed. These two will twist your words against you like a snake on a vine. That is very true. That is what cops do. If you won't let him talk, then explain to us what happened. Certainly. This will be over before you know it. The front door. My client had no reason to leave by the alleyway when the front door was an option. He would have walked out the front door of the store and no one would know. Ash Smith would have already left, leaving Anton and Luna in the back of the store. How Anton Chambers ended up in the alleyway afterwards is beyond me, but it didn't involve my client. Looks like she's not messing around. Yeah, that's fair. You've been trying her best to keep her client silent. You've been trying to keep her best to keep her client silent. Yeah. For our witnesses to be trusted, then Mrs. Eubank's logic must have a flaw somewhere. We was trying to recall what was in the front of the store. If only my dad was still there. There must be something else we could use. Well, let's question each thing. The side door was closer to the exit. Maybe he thought it was faster? But he entered by the front door, so he would likely leave by the same door. Maybe he wanted fresh air. He was inside the building the whole time. But the alleyway is filled with trash. There's better air in front of the store or at the park. The debate is going in circles. I better drop this and move on. He would have walked out the front door of the store and no one would know. And why would no one notice? It's simple. Your dad left first, and no one was at the front of the store. Luna was in the back room cleaning up, and Anton wasn't around anymore to tell us where he was. Hey, procrastinator. Hey, by the way, we were drinking your Pocari Sweat. Thank you so much. It's very, very hydrating. Hydration. We are now in the process of trying to catch the murderer and exonerating our father from any kind of wrongdoing. Okay, Luna was in the back room cleaning up, and Anton isn't around anymore to tell us where he was. That leaves you without any options. That does cover everyone. How else can I prove that he went out the side door? Ash Smith would have already left, leaving Anton and Luna in the back of the store. Okay. And why couldn't Harris just leave by the front of the store and then enter the alleyway? Your witness said both people entered the alleyway from the side door. If you are taking everything your witness said, then why didn't he mention someone coming in from the streets? That's true. Can't just cherry pick whatever we want from Fry's statement. How Anton Chambers ended up in the alleyway afterwards is beyond me, but it didn't involve my client. There's a possibility they talked, and Harris asked Anton to go into the alleyway. Oh. So are you saying my client set this up to murder him? Well, maybe. Maybe you won't cut it. If you want to hold my client here, then you will need something stronger than maybe. Okay, so there's a few things that we can talk about. One is my client had no reason to leave by the alleyway. How about the security? The front door wouldn't be an option if he was trying to avoid the detectors. And why would he be trying to avoid those? Unless you think he had a weapon on him. If Harris had a weapon on him, then it would trigger. but I don't have proof he was carrying one. Better think of something else. My client had no reason to leave by the... okay, let's see. But what if, according to this... or what's this? Let's see. There was a... Okay, I guess that is totally moot, because even with the 2 triggers, it has no bearing. Let's see. Ash Smith would have already left, leaving Anton and Luna in the back of the store. No, that's not true, because Luna was in the back, and Harris and Anton were talking in the front. That isn't true at all. I got proof right here. The camera would know. That's true too. That evidence is as worthless as gum on a boot heel. I see. Getting it wrong is bad enough, but when he says it like that, it stings. Try again. Client has no reason to leave by the... Okay. He would have walked out the front door of the store and no one would know. Dispute. Camera. Damn, Shog. How did you know? I forgot that even though the camera is useless, it's still there. Mrs. Eubank, you say that no one would have noticed, but we don't need a person. The camera on the front of the store would have recorded him. Meaning, we can prove if Harris left by the front door. I expected nothing less from you two, but there is one flaw with what you said. Because I'm excessively aware of the surveillance state we all live in. Thank you, dear. It's true. The camera footage was deleted after the pot broke, so anyone leaving by the front door afterwards wouldn't be recorded. But Harris claims he left as soon as the deal was done. I'm aware, but I believe what happened is simple. If my client left by the alleyway, but Anton left by the front entrance. Looking over the witness statement, the only recognizable feature was Harris's hat. If we conclude that Harris was there, the unknown person could be anyone. And I have an extra bit of proof. Anton left by the front door. Quite the twist, do tell. Do you remember the metal detector? The alarm went off twice from sensing a weapon. Exactly. Harris shot the wrong guy. Possibly. We know it went off once when Anton entered the store. Ash confirms this. However, he never heard the second alarm. But we know that Ash left before even Harris left. So the answer is simple. The second one happened as Anton left the store when Luna was the only person there. She didn't hear it because she's deaf. Then who did Harris meet in the alleyway? Questions that don't involve holding my client here. And need I remind you, you don't have proof he was even there. Just a claim that someone with a hat like my client was there. Maybe if you hadn't rushed to bring my client in so quickly, you would have noticed this sooner. She's right. We need a better reason to hold him here. I may have been in a bit of a rush, but there are too many loose threads here. Detective, what can we do? Mrs. Eubank's theory requires that both Harris and Anton weren't in the same room together. So let's start there. Mr. Newbuck, can you tell us what happened after the deal was settled? Yes, ma'am. Oh, and we got him talking. Together with Anton. As y'all know, Anton and I never met till last night. Question that? So you never met him before? In person or online? No, ma'am. I wasn't here in spitting range of him before last night. That's quite a colorful way of putting it. We couldn't find any connection between Anton and Harris. Truth be told, we had trouble finding much info on Harris beyond the last few years. Yeah, okay, mm-hmm. I think safe to say they only met last night. Mr. Newbuck, please continue. As far as I knew, he was just some fancy pants businessman. Nothing more. Didn't Luna tell you about a second buyer before last night? Wouldn't you want to know more about him before meeting him? No, ma'am. Didn't think it was needed. I have more charm than a rabbit on a moonlit night. That's all I needed. Small like yours, I'm sure you can swoon all the lassies. Is this really what it takes to win a girl's heart? I don't see the appeal. I've never been one for small talk, so I left after the meeting. And where did you go after the meeting? I went home for a well-earned victory. I finally had the place of my dreams. Had a small celebration for a job well done. Friends and family were there. If you need to verify what he said, I'm sure you can contact anyone at his party. And it makes sense for him to leave the store immediately. My client had already won the bid. He had no motive to stay and talk with Anton. And what if Anton wanted to speak with him? He did lose the bid after all. Maybe convince Harris to drop his offer so he could get the store. Mr. Newbuck, would anything Mr. Chambers say convince you to give up on the bid? No, ma'am. Not even a blizzard colder than a politician's shoulder after election season could stop me. There you have it. Harris had no reason to speak with him. And if Anton wanted to change the results of the bid... If Anton wanted to protest the bid, he would have gone straight to Luna. And why would he try and convince Luna only after the bidding ended? Luna didn't officially have the store until her birthday. There was still time to change her mind. And if she was able to change her mind, Harris couldn't stop her. That would make sense, but we know he didn't. So why? Detective, how are we supposed to disprove what Harris said? We need to think from the start. Anything for us to latch onto. Once we figure that out, we can get to the meat of the case. Okay, something small. I might know what could work. Okay. As far as I knew, it was just okay. So I left after the meeting. Left after the meeting? Are you sure about that? Because according to this, Luna agreed to Harris's bid, and then she saw Harris and Anton talking by the computer before they left. That's not completely true. There was one thing that happened before you left. Luna says that she saw you and Anton talking about the computer. That's quite the detail to leave out. I did see that Luna claimed to have seen them. But with all due respect, she didn't hear anything they said. And she didn't see them walk outside together. What they said isn't what I'm interested in. Mr. Newbuck, why were you talking to Anton near the computer? We had a gentleman's talk, nothing more. That got him defensive. Looks like we made progress. If he won't tell us anything, then we will answer it for ourselves. Now you're full of hogwash. How can you prove such a thing? Well, get on with it then. Then I will. Here's why you were talking to Anton by the computer. The flash drive. The flash drive. Anton would need a computer to show Harris. There was something on it that he wanted you to see. Something you wanted to hide. You want to hide. Mr. Newbuck, is there something you would like to tell us? My client has no need to answer that question. But if Luna saw him with Anton, Harris was the last person to see Anton alive. She's right. If he truly is innocent, then his account of seeing Anton is important to solving the case. We need a Harris's statement. Ugh. Fine. But I'll make it quick. Around a computer. Anton called me over to congratulate me on winning the bid. And was there anything suspicious about him? Nothing suspicious. He gave me a gentleman's handshake and everything. What's a gentleman's handshake? A handshake used by men to seal a contract, agreement, or a deal. I take it you mean to say he accepted your win. Yes, ma'am. And you want to know why? He was moved by my speech on being able to become a small business owner. What did you say that moved him? It was simple, really. It went something like this. Ever since I was a lad, my mom and pa worked tirelessly for our family. Woke up at the crack of dawn just to make enough. I think I get the picture. Let's move on. He said Eubank Investments was going to withdraw from buying the store. And he was being honest about withdrawing. He was as true as the morning sun. Guess there isn't much else to say. The computer just happened to be there. Ain't got nothing to do with this. Was that computer used at all that night? Anton had some fancy data to show us. It all kind of flew over my head. Of course, none of which could win him the bid. That was the only time we used the computer that night. I can't exactly disprove that. I got to find another flaw in his story. Anton called me over to congratulate me on the... Okay. Just move by the speech. Let's see. We know that he was probably not going to withdraw. And he's... Okay, let's see. Anton always carried a bullet in his gun and has a... Okay, nope. Wouldn't let anyone touch his gun. Hunt statement. According to Hunt's sources, the code name Big Hen is someone Anton plans to strong arm. Like, aha. Big Hen! B-I-G-H-E-N. B-I-G. Ben Ivan Goal. And Hen. Harris something Newbuck. Okay, we got it. Got it. Let's see, he said Eubanks was gonna withdraw from buying the store. Harris Eden Newbuck. But anyway, Big Hen. We got him. That isn't true at all. Well, we tried. There it is. Your portrayal of Anton Chambers doesn't line up with the facts. Detective Hunt has been looking into Anton and found out that he has been strong-arming business owners into selling to him. And one of the stores he was targeting was Nickel and Diamonds Antiques. Even if he lost the bid, he fully intended to get the store. Eubank Investments has a long history of being an upfront and just company. Accusing the former president of such actions is slander. Red is willing to stake his career on this. If he says it's true, I'll stake this case on it. There's someone with the code name of Big Hen he was aiming to strong arm. And Anton would have used any means necessary to get the store. Then tell me who. Who is Big Hen? And I want evidence to back it up. There's no backing out now. If he wants to back up our theory, if we want to back up our theory, I have to figure out what the code name means. First, who do I think the Big Hen stands for? Justina Smith. He did meet me a week ago. Could have known about my connection to the store. Do I have any evidence to prove I'm Big Hen? No. My dad may not have been the owner, but he has a lot of influence. No. Luna's the deciding factor in this. If he can convince her, no one else matters. It's Harris. Harris was his only competition for the store. It's possible he wanted to remove him. Do I have any evidence to prove he's Big Hen? Ben Ivan Goal. No, I don't think that's right. I need to think. There's gotta be an answer. Let me try again. Harris was his only competition, and it wasn't the newspaper? Contract signed by Harris Eden Newbuck. There we go. Mr. Newbuck, can you please tell us your full name? Harris Eden Newbuck. Eden is my pa's first name. Thank you, Mr. Newbuck. Or should I say, Hen? What? Are you saying that Anton... Yes. Anton didn't talk to Harris to congratulate him. He was going to muscle him out of the deal. Hush your mouth. Your story got a hole bigger than a dog's eyes during a buffet. His code was Big Hen, and all you did was explain the ending part. He's right. What does big mean? That he's loaded. He's got the biggest... He's got the cojones, okay? That's half the code name. This might be a shot in the dark, but I have to pick something. Then I'll explain it. Here's what BIG stands for. The soil. Anton's gun. The break room walls. Okay, let's go. Mr. Newbuck, can you please tell us your full name? I already told you. It's Harris Eden Newbuck. Are you sure that's your name? Does Ben Ivan Goal ring a bell to you? Where did you... According to the news, Ben Ivan Goal escaped from prison almost 5 years ago. Soon, he will be declared dead. If someone tips off the authorities about where to find him, that could be very bad. Are you claiming that Harris has been faking his identity for the past 5 years? All we would need to do is test his fingerprints to match what the police have on record for Ben Ivan Goal. Now, Mr. Newbuck, will you comply with our investigation? You're going to find out anyway. My name is Ben Ivan Goal. I did escape from Mazur City Penitentiary. I was born and raised in the Sunrise District. Everything from my past to my accent, it was all lies. I was placed in jail 14 years ago when I was caught holding the goods from a robbery gone wrong. My co-robber shot and nearly killed a police officer. Since they only caught me, they charged me for the shooting. My sentence was 30 years to life, and during that time, I became a prison barber. It was like I truly found my calling in life. And here we go, see? Well, it's a good story. It sounds like he's not the worst person. By the time I'd be free, if I'm lucky, most of my life would have gone by. With some connections and some luck, I managed to escape. I had to change my life and start from scratch, but it was worth it. Some small job haircuts here and there, Then finally, made a name for myself. That's how I met Sol. When he passed away, I tried to get the store he talked so highly about. To my shock, I won the bid. But just as I was about to leave, Mr. Newbeck, could you leave me... before you leave, may I have a moment? I reckon I got a moment to spare. A moment's all I need, Miss Newbeck. Or should I call you Mr. Gold? Did you say... I'm not one to waste time, so please, take a look at the computer. You wouldn't want this information to get in the hands of the police now, would you? What do you want, partner? Oh, nothing much. Just for you to drop your bid and let me buy the store. How about we talk outside? Get some fresh air. Fine by me. That's how we ended up outside. You know we have to ask, what happened in the alleyway? I begged him. Anything but that. I needed the store. But he refused. I kept trying and trying. That's when he pulled his gun. But why did he pull his gun? Did you provoke him? He was trying to intimidate me. Wanted to show that he had my life in his hands. But then, aimed his gun upward and fired. Claimed it was a warning shot. Before he fired, Anton looked towards the alleyway entrance. I think he saw something. Then there was a loud sound and I ran off while he was distracted. Loud sound? What was it? What was it? I don't know. I was too busy trying to escape. If he was going to fire one shot, he might have fired more. I swear, I didn't kill him. I don't know how he died. Well, yes. But I think Ferris actually is defending the right person here. Because Harris, I don't think, killed Anton, actually. Ash or Luna might have done this. As horrible as it is. Harris, you were the last person to see him alive. Do you expect us to believe that? My client only wanted to hide his past. He had no motive to kill Anton Chambers. Anton knowing his secret is exactly the motive we need. Kill Anton and his secret doesn't get out. Then how did I do it? What did I use to shoot him with? We still don't know anything about the murder weapon, aside from it likely being a gun. Then let me explain why it couldn't be me. Not having a gun. Well, I guess it is very difficult to own a gun when you are a fugitive on the run. The only thing I've confessed to is being blackmailed by Anton Chambers. Detective, what are we supposed to do with him now that we know he's an escape criminal? We don't technically know the fact he's Ben Goal, and catching an escaped prisoner isn't what we are here for. We have a case to solve first, and that means we can worry about that later. Mr. Newbeck, please continue. I don't even own a gun to shoot him with. Detective, is there any way to check that? I can tell you that Harris Newbeck has no guns registered under his name. But I can't say if a Ben Ivan Goal has any guns under his name. So if we want to prove he has a gun, we would need to prove he had one on him that night. That's certainly a lot harder to do. Look at my evidence again, just in case. Even if I did own a gun, no one saw me with it. How do we know you didn't hide one the whole time? As a reminder, it's on you two to prove he had one. He doesn't have to prove a negative. What does math have to do with this? Proving a negative, a logical fallacy about establishing the non-existence of something. This is why every criminal suspect is innocent until proven guilty. So until we have proof, we have to assume he didn't hide one. Ask Ash and Luna. They were there the whole time. Detective, did Luna or Ash tell you he had a gun? I don't recall them mentioning that. If they mentioned that, we could have brought him in for questioning sooner. Anton was seen with a gun because he wanted everyone to know he had one. It was a bit of a show-off. So as of now, there are no records of anyone saying Harris was carrying one. If they didn't see me with one, then there's no way to prove I came in with one. I think this is the one. I have an idea. What if he did have a gun, but he didn't bring it with him? Keep the gun in the alleyway and use it to shoot Anton when they went outside. That would be premeditated, and there was no reason to do this until after the deal was sealed. That way, no one would see him with a gun inside the store. And where did he keep said gun? Why didn't anyone find it? Your witness even says he was in the alleyway during the meeting. What would happen if he found it? Detective, I request this theory to be thrown out. It was proposed without any thought. I agree. Our case needs to be built on fact, and we don't have any evidence supporting this. You miss every shot you don't take. Better try something else. It's certainly easier to understand him since he dropped his accent. But we still have ways to go. We certainly have a solid motive now. If Harris shot Anton, he would need a gun. Now that those two walked into the alleyway from the side door, maybe that changes what we established before. Better look over our evidence again and turn this around. The only thing I've confessed, no, I don't even own a gun to shoot him with. Even if I did own it, no one saw me with one. How about this? The security detector went off twice. And since Anton was shot in the alleyway, there would be no reason for it to go off again. That isn't true at all. And he went back to his cowboy bit to tell me that I suck. Cool. Okay, ask Ash and Luna. They were there the whole time. When Ash arrived... Okay, let's see. It is... When Ash... Okay, nope, that's not it. It would be Hearts, maybe? No. Probably isn't. Let's see. Ash and Luna were there. They didn't see me with one. Then there's no way to prove I came in with one. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, Ash left before they left, but it's not in his statement here. It just says that when Ash arrived at the store this morning, he found Anton's body. But I think we got it here. It's that we don't have any way to prove that he came in with the gun, but it turns out that there is a way to know if you had a gun when you came into the store. The metal detector. It went off twice last night. But we already all know why. It's when Anton entered and left. But you just told us that he walked out the alleyway with you. How could he have triggered the alarm twice? Neither Luna nor Ash carry any guns, so it couldn't be them. Then how come Ash only heard it once? I need to answer this. There can only be one reason my dad didn't hear anything. I know why. Here's the only way Ash didn't hear the second alarm in the store. According to Hearts, the break room walls, sound you cannot hear what's happening in the front from the break room. He was in the break room at the time. It's soundproof enough that the alarm wouldn't travel there. And what proof do you have that he was there? We can ask Luna and Ash where they were when Harris arrived. But when they confirmed that, then we would know that Harris had brought a gun with him. He killed Anton in the alleyway and left his body there overnight. I keep telling you, I didn't kill nobody. Mr. Newbuck, don't let her provoke you. I can't believe you are still defending him. He's clearly hiding something, and we all know it. I'm defending him to find the murderer. In case you forgot, being in the alleyway isn't proof of murder. You killed your friend, got my dad as a suspect of murder, and you still defend him? You're acting no differently than you did the last 2 times. Justina, take a walk outside with me. Now. Mind telling me what happened? Sorry. Sorry isn't good enough. What happened? I got carried away. I shouldn't have gotten angry. Anger aside, you can't attack the lawyer. Mrs. Eubank is doing her job, and what you said crossed the line. I need you to act like a professional. I'll be professional. Listen, I get that the case is more personal than our previous cases together. I want you to stay, but one more outburst like that, and I will remove you. I understand. I'm sorry. If you want to apologize, do so to the 2 inside. Yeah, she is a law clerk. She's not even a law clerk. She's just a clerk. Are you calm enough to go inside? Yeah, I am. Thanks, Sophie. Like I said, we're partners in there. I expect you to do the same if I act that way. Let's get back inside. Oh, hold on, before you go. Mrs. Earle, did something happen? Before you 2 go back in there, must be something I'm missing. They hadn't proved Harris is the culprit, so there is a hole in their theory. But if no, Ferris, I can't give up on him. No, Ferris, I can't give up on him. Doing so is what the true culprit wants. Mrs. Eubank? Oh, sorry. I was thinking to myself. But we should be able to get you out of here soon. There's something you should know. Best not to say it here. The walls have ears. What matters is you haven't killed anyone. As long as that's true, I will get you out of here. But if I did, like, not directly, but by... Sorry for the interruption. My partner just needed a moment to calm down. As for this interrogation, we contacted Luna and Ash at the store. They mentioned that Anton arrived first and was escorted to the break room. Okay. And when you arrived, only Luna was there to greet you. As it stands, my partner's theory still holds up. But Luna's deaf and couldn't hear it, meaning only my client can confirm if he did or didn't hear it. And right now, he is not going to answer that. Can't let him answer that. Not until I figure out what happened. Ah. So I think Ferris suspects Harris as well. Detective, I know I lost my temper before, but give me another chance. I think I got it. Go ahead. Now's the time to go on the offense. Find a flaw in her story, and then smash it like a teapot. Wait, why am I being interrogated? What our witness saw. Wait! We're playing Ferris now! That's amazing. Our witness saw Anton and Harris in the alleyway around 7 p.m. Sunday night. By the way, you want to know what my crackpot theory is? So Anton shot into the air to scare off Harris. He only has one bullet chambered in his gun. He only needs one bullet. That bullet is to scare people. When he shot that gun in the air, Harris may have acted in self-defense using the taser he bought for self-defense and shot at Anton, knocking him out. Upon doing so, he ran the fuck away. Maybe he looted his body. I don't know. But then the bullet fired into the air came back down and hit him and killed him. That is my crackpot theory right now. My teapot theory. Okay, let's go. Our witness saw Anton and Harris in the alleyway around 7 p.m. Sunday night. How do you know that the time exactly? Yeah, I mean, possible. It's like a freak accident. It could have happened. That's when the meeting ended. Both my dad and Luna were there. The meeting started at 6:30 p.m. and ended at 7 p.m. that night. Give or take a few minutes based on how long it took before my client entered the alleyway. Unless I can prove the time is wrong, I can't completely disagree with that. They moved close to the small trash can and graffiti to talk about Harris dropping the bid. And why would the witness remember such a spot? Because the witness made the graffiti and thought they were going to ruin it. If Anton didn't pull out his gun, he might have tried to yell at them to leave. But once guns were involved, he remained hidden to avoid getting shot. So their witness is a graffiti artist. If they cared that much about their work, I doubt they would mistake it. Better keep that in mind. Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. How do you know they saw it? Everyone knows what a gun is. The shape can't be mistaken. But they only saw it for a moment, right? Well, yeah. If the witness kept looking at them, the culprit might have looked back. But they clearly didn't see a finger gun being pointed. So he only saw Anton pull a gun, but not Harris. But also Harris said it. If you didn't see Harris pull his own gun out, then that's good for our case. When our witness got scared and ran off, Harris pulled his gun and shot Anton twice. If Mr. Chambers was shot once, why shoot him again? Shot in the abdomen would be lethal. So if he was shot there first, a second to the heart would be lethal. Why not just shoot him in the heart first? I don't know. Shooting one bullet is risky enough. Why risk a second one? If Harris needed to get away, an abdomen shot would have been enough. Question we can answer later. Better get Harris off the hook first. After shooting him in the alleyway, Harris left the body there until my dad found it this morning. Why would he leave the body there? Wouldn't he want to hide the body? Between his missing wallet and keys, this was clearly staged to be a robbery. He wanted us to find the body and go on a wild goose chase for the true culprit. Don't cry in my ear and tell me it's raining. I knew nothing about all this robbery nonsense till today. He's so angry he put his accent back on. But why would the culprit stage a robbery? The case is getting more and more suspicious. Okay, so I think I know what we're dealing with. Harris pulled his gun. Is it really his gun? Here's the proof my client is innocent. I don't think that works here. Are you sure you picked the right one? You're right, detective. Let me grab the right one. Calm down, Ferris. The client will be fine. I just have to look over the evidence and pick the right one. Okay, so time. What was it that she said? And why would the witness remember such a spot? Because the witness made the graffiti and thought they were going to ruin it. If Anton didn't pull out his gun, he might have. Okay. If they cared that much about their work, I doubt they would mistake it. Better keep that in mind. Anton pulled his gun on Harris. Well, no, we bluffed about that. Right? We bluffed about the trash. The trash was picked up at around noon. Actually, yeah. Trash was picked up at noon. So it was, yeah. We bluffed about 5 p.m. So, no, it is totally wrong. Let's see. Got scared and when our witness got scared and ran off, Harris pulled his gun out and shot Anton. After shooting him in the alleyway, Harris left the body there until my dad found it this morning. Let's see. Is it the flash drive? No. He would need to... Okay. Disagreeing with their witness won't get me anywhere. I have to dismantle Justina's theory. If their witness was honest, then Justina must be forgetting something. It's a lot harder without anyone to bounce ideas off of. I could use my own Justina. Harris left the body there until my dad found it this morning. We need to establish that somebody stole stuff from Anton's body. Ferris, you're a terrible lawyer. Okay, let's think about it. Fry saw a pair of guys step out of the alleyway door and walk near his art. One pulled out a gun at the other. He claims he heard, but didn't see a gunshot. We can still prove Newbuck... we still can't prove Newbuck even had a gun. This means to threaten him, and our witness got scared and ran off, pulled his gun out, and shot. I think this is it, right? Pulled out. He claims he heard, but didn't see a gunshot. No. There was a second explosion. Let's see. Luna agreed to Harris's bid because no. After shooting him in the alleyway, right, we've already said that, who knows, maybe he shot twice. Shot him twice, yeah. How about... Okay, taser's not working here. How about the confetti? What am I thinking? Okay. No way to do that. That's not important. That's not important. That's not important. He doesn't own any guns and claims he never would kill anyone. Nope, that's not important. That's not important. Heart statement. She saw Harris and Anton talking with each other, and that's already proven. Eubank Investments is getting bad press after last week's scandal. That's not important per se. Break room walls, not important. Contract signed by Harris eating new book. That's not important. I feel like those would be what needs to be considered. After shooting him in the alleyway, Harris left the body there until my dad found it this morning. Yeah, that lines up. When our fitness got scared and ran off, Harris pulled his gun out. I'm telling you, it's possibly the taser, but it's not. It's not showing up as the possible answer here. Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. Oh, God. Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. Why would he need to threaten him if there was already... Wait. No. I highly doubt his word against, theirs, so... They moved close to the small trash can and graffiti to talk about Harris dropping the bid. Why is this important? Anton pulled his gun on Harris as a means to threaten him. Are you... Okay, hold on. According to Hunt's sources, the code name Big Hen is for someone Anton... I am so fucking dumb. I don't fucking know. Hold on. Can't be these, right? No camera footage remains after the pot broke. It fell and broke by mistake when Luna saw a shadow of a person in the alleyway last night. No camera footage remains after the pot broke. Is it? not, is it? No. It is definitely not the soil. I thought I was smart for a moment. Okay, Luna agreed to Harris's bid because she saw Harris and Anton talking with each other by the computer before they left. It moved close to the... I mean, okay. It can't possibly be trash day, right? I'm gonna do something dumb. Yep, that was pretty dumb. I mean, okay, it can't be... What?! What do you mean? Sorry, Ferris. I was definitely not paying attention. What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, Justy. Her dad left before they did. Right? Or no? What? Sorry, Justy, but you weren't paying attention. Hey, that's Detective Swift's nickname for me. I'll allow it. It's too good of a nickname for only myself. Couldn't be there if he left. What? What's wrong with her theory? Remember the crime scene from this morning? The body was found in the center of the alleyway, not near the graffiti. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. If Anton was shot and fell, his body would have been where our witness saw them. Exactly. That's why Justina's theory doesn't work. But he could have shot Anton and moved the body. What matters is that he shot him. And what reason would he have? As far as he knew, no one was around. And if we wanted to hide the body, he would have pushed it into the dumpster. In fact, I think there's something else that happened by the art and small trash can that would help explain this. And then go ahead. Here's what will tell us what happened next to the art and small trash can. It's the taser, right? No, that isn't it. Better check again. Location of this evidence is the key. Oh, the location. Is it the confetti? Confetti. You found some next to the trash can, right? Yeah, so? On its own, it doesn't mean anything. But when you combine it with the evidence, the confetti gives a whole new meaning. It comes from the taser gun. We know exactly what happened. A taser was used in the exact spot your witness saw my client and Anton. But that doesn't show that Anton was hit with a taser, just that one was used. How do you know it was used on him? The answer was with us from the start. Here's how we know the taser was used on him. Preliminary report. There's 2 puncture wounds on his chest. According to the preliminary report, 2 puncture wounds were found on his chest. Which I'd bet money matches the taser. All we need now is the autopsy report to confirm that. And once it's confirmed, then that will prove Harris didn't bring a gun. How does a taser prove that? Because my client will admit to triggering the detectors at the front of the store. But I will? He will? But doesn't that... The detector was triggered twice, once from Anton's gun, and once by the taser Harris was holding. It might not be a gun, but its shape will cause it to trigger. We never tested it on gun-shaped items before. Well, Harris, do you confess to it? Yes, I did bring the taser. I can bring it in if needed. Why would you have a taser? After escaping prison, I needed something to defend myself. You never know when someone will figure out my past and try to turn me in. Getting a taser off the black market was my best bet. Ownership of an unregistered taser is legal. But let's worry about that later. Sorry, Harris. It was the only way. Now that we settled that, I request that my client be let go. He didn't bring a gun, therefore, he couldn't have killed Anton. Sorry, but we can't do that. While we were outside, we also got news from Sue. We got the autopsy report. It's not complete, but there is one detail that matters here. He was killed with his own gun. What? Then that means anyone with Anton's gun could kill him. And if he was stunned by Harris's taser, Harris could have taken the gun and finished the job. I'll update the report for you. Give it a read. Fucking Edgeworth-ass line. Let me update the autopsy report. What did I do? I just admitted my client carried a taser, and all it did was dig his own grave. Yeah, he couldn't. He absolutely could not. Now he's as good as caught. All thanks to me. All that evidence I presented was a waste. And he was right to hate me. Everything she said was true. I'm sorry, Harris. I failed you. Most public defenders don't give their clients much time of day. Sometimes they are overworked and underpaid. How can they be expected to provide a good defense under those conditions? You fought for them better than anyone else would have. Sophie's right. I did fight for them. I told Harris I believed him, and I still do. I'm not giving up now. Not until I'm out of options. I'm out of evidence, but I can attempt a gambit. I think we know where this is going. That would be a clever trap, except that it helps prove my client is innocent. It does? I don't see anything. I'll explain. But first, tell me. How do you know my client did that? Simple. I'll give you the rundown with the new information. Thank the gods that worked. Now's the hard part. Finding a flaw before they notice I was bluffing. And now we're interrogating the detective. Stealing the gun. Set the scene. Anton had pulled his gun on Harris. As a reminder, my client said that Anton only fired a warning shot to threaten him. And where's that bullet? If Anton did fire it upwards, then based on the height of the buildings, the strength of the gun, and the location, finding such a bullet could be impossible. There's too much ground to cover to find a single bullet. Best to depend on what we already know to solve the case. When Harris had the chance, he tased Anton. Anton was only trying to intimidate my client. There was never a reason to tase him. If someone pointed a gun at me, even if they weren't going to fire, I would still be scared. It must have been a life or death reaction. It was, but that's all I did. I only wanted to keep my life, not take his. I believe you, Harris. That's why I'll prove you are innocent. Now, I just have to figure out how. Anton then fell to the ground, which gave Harris time to steal his gun. And why would my client do that? If he wanted to kill him, Couldn't he have taken his gun earlier? In case you forgot, he told us earlier that Anton doesn't allow anyone to get close to his gun. So how could someone take it aside from stunning him? I don't have an answer yet. How could someone do it? Perhaps I should rethink this case from the ground up. What's something we would all take for granted? Yeah, what are we taking for granted? That's when Harris shot Anton twice with his own gun. But one shot would have been enough. Why fire a second shot? Could have been a mistake. He could have been too scared to think properly. Too scared to think properly, but still able to grab his taser. I don't buy that. I can disprove it. I'll move on. Once he finished it, he ran off with Anton's wallet, keys, gun, and flash drive. His keys were missing. What about his car? We couldn't find Mr. Chambers' car, so we believe it was stolen. Then there is a flaw in your theory. My client drove his car to the store. How could he drive that and another car? I know. Drive one car, take the bus back, then drive the other. Perfect way to make sure both cars are moved. If the culprit did take his keys, they would have to know how to drive a stick shift. Another mystery to add to the pile. A stick shift, huh? This version does make sense on the surface, but they forgot something very important. There's no one else in the room who's better at solving this than me. This isn't over, Harris. Not until I get you home safely. Then, Harris shot Anton twice with his own gun. One bullet! Detective, I think you're forgetting what I told you today. Anton only carries one bullet in his gun. Even if my client shot him once, he couldn't do it again. He did say that, but we have no way of verifying he did so last night. We can only conclude that he had 2 bullets in his gun. I've known him for years. He wouldn't bring a second bullet. I refuse to believe that. Then why did our witness hear 2 shots? I already said. He fired 1 shot in the air. That must have been the first shot. But if Mrs. Eubank is right, and Anton only carries 1 bullet, that doesn't explain the second bullet. Then the answer is simple. The second bullet was never fired. But our witness said they heard 2 shots. This might be a shot in the dark, but I have to say it. Your witness only confirmed it was a second gunshot after you pressured them. That's why it's not in their official statement. You were leading your own witness. They were trying to run for their life, so they weren't giving it their full attention. In fact, my client even said he couldn't confirm what the second sound was. It's true. All I know was that it was loud nearby. Then I will give you a chance to prove it. What was this loud sound our witness must have heard after the first gunshot? I mean, is it the taser? Here's my proof of the loud sound. I don't see how that answers the question. My hand must have slipped. I'll try again. Okay. So it's not the taser. Is it? No, okay. The vase? Oh! My fucking god. You're so right, though. How do you know this? You're so smart. The second one was never a bullet. It was Luna dropping the pot. Which she only dropped because she saw a shadow in the alleyway. And who was leaving the alleyway after the first shot? None other than your witness. Because I broke a vase before. It's loud as shit. That's fair. That's what your witness heard. That does make a bit of sense. Not like she saw a ghost. Let me see if I understand your timeline of events. First, Harris and Anton walk near the small trash can. Next, Anton pulls his gun and threatens Harris. Our witness hears the first gunshot from Anton, firing upwards as a warning shot. They run off. Luna sees their shadow and drops the pot, and Anton gets distracted. And in the confusion, Harris tases Anton and runs off. Yes, that's more or less what I believe happened. Then there are still some threads we need to pull. If Harris didn't kill Anton, who did? Anton was shot with his own gun twice, yet, if you're correct, his gun would have been empty after the warning shot. How could he have been killed? It's not my job to figure that part out, only to get all charges against my client dropped. This morning, you claimed that this was a robbery case. Maybe that happened after my client ran off. Mr. Newbeck, did you take Anton's gun, wallet, or flash drive after you tased him? All I did was take the flash drive. If he was going to blackmail me, I thought his flash drive might be something I could use. Blackmail Cold War. I mean, his gun is a revolver, right? Anyone could have, with the correct caliber, can easily reload it. Exactly, yeah. Detective, I can't accept Mrs. Eubank's theory. Here's why it's flawed. My god. Anton being tased. The murder happened after the meeting ended at 7 p.m. Sunday night. Yes, we've established that. Okay. Ending time seems concrete. Better move on. That means he must have died right after the meeting ended. If you follow my client's story, he left the alleyway. Wait, he left the alleyway. That's plenty of time for someone to come in and kill him. But we searched the whole alleyway, and we couldn't find any proof of anyone else there. We couldn't find proof that my client was there until you brought him here. Isn't that proof of a third party as a possibility? Someone coming in, killing Mr. Chambers with his own gun and leaving is too flimsy. Your client was the last to see him alive, so it's the only possibility for now. The last to see him alive. That can't be right. But if not Harris, who? We know that there was no one else in the alleyway besides our witness, Harris and Anton. But this is based on your witness's statement. He was wrong once, he could be again. It's possible, but there is another reason to believe no one else was there. We found no proof. We found no proof of a third party entering the alleyway afterwards. How so? And what would that proof be? A calling card? Some kind of letter confessing the murder? I wish it was that easy. Sadly, no such thing was found. You were in the alleyway too. Weren't you trying to find anything pointing to the killer? I hate to admit it, but I couldn't find anything either. This culprit, how did they cover their tracks so well? And even if a third party was there, that wouldn't explain why his body was moved to the center of the alleyway. If you can't think of a reason a third party would move the body, then what should free my client? That should free my client too. Our witness did want to protect the graffiti. I could see our witness doing that. Trust me, as annoying as he is, he wouldn't go near a dead body. Justina must really hate him. The culprit left in the dumpster, didn't they? No, because the collection was already done. We are finally getting to the answer. I can feel it. Their whole case has been built on the very idea he died in the alleyway right after the meeting. But is that truly the case, or are we missing something obvious? The murder happened after the meeting ended at 7 p.m. Sunday night. Twice, between the hours of 7 and 9 p.m. It's definitely not that. The time of death seems to be solid. This means he must have died right after the meeting. No. According to the autopsy report, he could have died as late as 9 p.m. I understand that these reports choose times that contain a certain amount of speculation. But even with a margin of error, he could have died much later. Detective, is she right? Our coroner, Rebecca Lamorte, is an expert in this field. She wouldn't throw out that time frame lightly. You're finally near the answer. After everything we learned today, if Harris is innocent, there can only be one solution. After getting tased, here's what happened to Anton. Culprit was waiting outside the alleyway. The culprit was hiding in the dumpster bin. Anton simply left the alley. Anton shot himself. That is my theory. But let's see what the other ones are. The culprit must have waited until my client left before entering the alleyway. We both know we were both in the alleyway and couldn't find anything to prove that. If someone was waiting for him, how would they know he was leaving by the side door? You're right. We need an answer that can be backed up. A dumpster bin? As you presume, they must have been hiding in the alleyway, perhaps in the dumpster bin. That dumpster bin is pretty heavy to open from the inside. If someone put a heavy box on top, they would be locked inside. Dusty, why do you sound like you speak from experience? Listen, when you play hide and seek with Luna as a kid, you play to win. Sometimes things don't go as planned. I guess Phew isn't the only child who took hide and seek too seriously. I'll think of a different answer. Anton simply left the alleyway. If my client wasn't the culprit, no one else was in the alleyway. There's only one answer. Anton must have gotten up after being tased and left. It's the only solution that makes sense. Then he didn't die in the alleyway? Your whole case was premised on the idea that Anton died in the alleyway immediately after the meeting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, are you fucking with me? But I'll claim that premise is faulty given what we now know. Your theory throws out everything we know about his death. How did his body get in the alleyway? The true culprit knew about what happened in the alleyway. If they killed Anton, then moved his body into the alleyway, the police would naturally think he died there. It was a setup so my client would take the fall. Then, what about the wallet and gun? Why move those? The wallet must have been to make it seem like my client was trying to set up a robbery. They needed to leave the gun. The gun and bullets allow anyone to be the killer. That's why both were found in the park. Then, where did he die? Dying within 2 hours after the meeting means he could have been killed anywhere. Can't say for certain, but I do know where to start. There's one piece of evidence that can tell us where he might have gone. Here's our best bet to find out where Anton went. Let's see. What is that? Parking ticket. Parking ticket. Oh no! I had some bad thoughts, but this is even worse. Inside Anton's wallet, there's a parking ticket for Eubank Investments. There isn't a time. It's dated for the yesterday. So we know for a fact he was there. It also means his car was parked there at some point. Eubank Investments would be willing to cooperate with the police on this matter. But you will have to let my client go. Detective, what do you want to do? Mrs. Eubank, we will gladly take your offer. Does that mean... You are no longer the prime suspect in the case. That said, you did have an unregistered taser on you, and you will be charged with a misdemeanor and likely pay a fine. But I think we can all agree that's much better than murder. What about who I really am? I'm sorry, Harris, but... Detective, if I may? You told me in the alleyway that you wanted to help people. None of us truly knows if Ben deserved this sentence, but he is trying to rebuild his life. Maybe it's not the proper way. Maybe he could have waited until his sentence was finished. But how will putting him away behind bars help anyone? There's no excusing what he did, but there must be a way to help him. I'm sorry, Ferris. I do want to help, but I can't help him. Not like this. Can you change the punishment? Like, make him do community service? Community service isn't a replacement for what he did. Legally, the moment you escape prison, you are committing a crime. Those are 5 years of criminal activity that can't be ignored. Detective. The look in your eyes tell me you don't want to. The detective inside me wants to follow the law, but my heart still feels guilty, like I'm tossing away your life. You may never have a life outside of prison again. I wish I didn't have to do this. Let me save you the trouble. And just turn myself in. Harris... I'm sorry. Detective, can I have one last favor before I do so? Could you give Harris Newback a few hours to settle my affairs? I'll stay in the station. I just want to make a few calls before I do. After that, Ben Gore will turn himself in. I'll grant you a few hours. That's the best I can do. So please, make the most of that time. And with that, I believe we can bring this interrogation to a close. Ferris, thank you. You did better than anyone else I know. I know I'm a lousy defendant. I don't blame you if you want to walk away now. Anton was a dear friend of mine. Even if you didn't kill him, you still tased him. That said, you didn't kill him. You shouldn't take the blame for the true culprit. I just wish I could have helped you more. I don't have the money to pay you, but I promise to owe you one someday. It might take a while since I have to go back to jail. How about we call it pro bono for now? If you want to pay me, how about a haircut on the house? Your dear friend keeps pulling guns on people. I can wait until you get out of prison. You and your whole family can come. There'll be free haircuts all around. Real quick, what made you take up my case? The truth is, the detective wrote your statements down in the case file. The exact words were, I ain't got the heart for killing, even when I'm angry. Anyone could have said they didn't do it, but your words felt more earnest. I just couldn't turn my back on you after reading that. Well, I'll be such large faith in such a small molehill. A small molehill that turned out to be a mountain. I'll try and reach out to some attorneys. I'm sure someone better suited for this case can help you once you turn yourself in. I'm sorry, Detective. I was too reckless. I was so sure he did it. Now we still don't know who killed Anton. You're right, but we can worry about that tomorrow. We didn't catch the killer, but we have a new lead. And if you didn't remain level-headed by the end, we might not have gotten that. I just wish Ben could have gotten his dream. If Ben didn't turn himself in, would you have done it? With a heavy heart, I would. Wow, ACAB. Charging Annie for what she did was challenging enough. At least she can rebuild her life. But since he didn't commit murder, there's still a chance in the future. For now, we better find the one who tried to pin the crime on him. Nice work, you two. Sue got me caught up. Even told me you gave Ferris a bit of a pep talk in the alleyway. When I lost faith in myself, I had friends who told me that I have to trust myself. She looked like someone who needed that advice as well. Whoever that devilishly handsome person was, he was right to trust you. And Justina, I was also told of you losing your cool. If Detective Swift didn't calm you down, pushing a witness hard could lead to being fired. I know it's easy to get caught up in the moment, but taking a step back is important. Yes, sir. I'll do better next time. But anyway, we still don't know who the killer is. We barely know more than we did at the start of today. I think it's best to sleep on it tonight. We don't want to overwork a single case. He's right. It's getting late, so we can start investigating tomorrow. Fair enough. It's been a long day. Justina can't get fired. This isn't her job. Technically, yeah, but she can be let go from being a clerk, and for grossly misstepping her bounds. She's just someone you're all lugging around. Yeah, I mean, technically, everyone else could be fired for involving a non-detective in investigations, but hey. I had to stay in the office a couple of hours to catch up on my work. I didn't finish, but at least I did enough to keep my job. The next day, that was certainly a day I wouldn't forget. Okay. Is this gonna be... I kinda want to. Right, it's past midnight. We should probably go to sleep. I think we're gonna do this tomorrow. We're gonna do this tomorrow. Or, well, hold on. How long is final case on paper perjury? Probably not gonna get me anything. It's probably not gonna get me anything. Yeah, I am definitely not getting anything. It is... Yeah, I should probably log off. I will call it there. Tomorrow afternoon, guess what we're doing? We're gonna finish this game. For sure. For absolutely sure. In the meantime, do we have anyone to raid out to? Anything to do here? Are we just calling it? It is midnight. Who the hell streams at this fucking hour? Turns out there are people. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? Let's raid Zen. You know, we already raided and we can raid Zen as well. Raid Zendario. Boop. And we'll say, oh god. It's late. And that will be the raid message. Thank you all so much for hanging out. We appreciate you. We appreciate you for hanging out. It's quite late. Please don't stay too late. On my account, as always. There you go. Alright. But tomorrow, tomorrow afternoon probably, we'll finish this up. Have a good night.